Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
May we proceed?
Please do.
Thank you. Ms. Lane, I want to start off by revisiting an issue from yesterday. And if we could, to begin with, Registrar, go to image 90 of overview document 4. And you'll recall that late in the day yesterday, I was asking you about the communications you had with Mr. Marciello on November 15, 2010, in paragraph 212 and 213, and your reference to indicating that you may call Ludimir Uzorowski for a City of Hamilton contact, and then your recollections on that. So after your testimony yesterday, Commissioner, to advise you as well, Counsel for Golder advised us that Dr. Uzorowski had checked his notes again after hearing the testimony, and that he did find a note of his dated November 15, 2010. Counsel sent that to us, and we circulated it to Participants Council. Registrar, if you could call it up. It's the document that was sent to you either last evening or this morning. Yep, that's it. And so this is just the cover of, we understand to be Dr. Uzorowski's notebook. And if you could go to the second image, please. And I'm told that this will be assigned a doc ID of GOL 0007502, but given it was last night, we haven't had that assigned yet. So this note dated Monday, November 15, 10 indicates number 5, Becca Lane, 2007, friction on RHVP. And you told us yesterday that you didn't have a specific recollection of calling Dr. Uzorowski, but you thought it was quite likely that you would have, given your email that day that we just discussed or just looked at on November 15, 2010. So this does seem to suggest that you did, in fact, call him on that day. And just because we did not have the benefit of this note yesterday, does this note assist you at all in recollecting any specifics of what you did discuss with him that day?
Not really, other than it shows that I discussed, I talked to him about the Red Hill Valley Parkway and friction. You know, it could be anything that was said, but if you see what I had said to Frank, right. What I said to Frank was I would call Ludimir to get a City of Hamilton contact. So, you know, that's likely what I did, called him and asked him for a City of Hamilton contact.
Okay. Do you, in the note it talks about 2007 friction on RHVP. You were what you indicated, what prompted the call was the results that you had received from Frank in his email on November 15th about the 2010 results specifically. So do you think it is likely, or whether that you would have told him that the MTO had done testing, not just in 2010, but also in 2008 and 2009?
So I really don't remember the call, but all I know is that I was calling him for a City of Hamilton contact. And obviously we discussed friction. I mean, this could be anything, right? It could be me saying, you know, I want to talk to them about friction, and he thinks, therefore, it's about the 2007 friction results. Or it could be, I asked him, hey, can you give me the contact that knew about the 2007? Like, honestly, I really don't remember the conversation. But this shows that I did, from Frank's information he provided me, I said I would contact Ludimir for a contact at Hamilton, and I did do that.
Right. And
it was so long ago, I really couldn't even recall it. I just felt that I would have done that.
I understand that. But if if you had gone so far as you indicated, then to call Dr. Uzorowski for a contact, presumably on the same logic, you then would have followed through and contacted the city based on the practices that you have as you described it. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
Okay. But alternatively, is it also possible then that you discussed specifics of it with Dr. Uzorowski at that time?
It's possible, but I really don't have a recollection.
Okay. And just to clarify, you do not have a recollection of whether you got a city contact from Dr. Uzorowski at that time?
That's true. I really don't.
Or what, and whether you called him?
But it seems likely that I did, since that's what I was calling him for.
Right. And do you recall at that time, late 2010, who at the city with involvement in the Red Hill you knew, or did you have any prior contacts at the city of Hamilton?
So no, I really couldn't remember. And I mean, that's why I was calling Ludimir. Ludimir is the person that I knew. And of course, I wasn't involved in the original liaison with the city or with Ludimir even for the original 2007 test. So the only person out of this whole group that I knew was Ludimir. So that's why I was calling him for a contact.
Okay. If you could take that down, Registrar, thank you. And I think from your CV, you'd indicated, oh, sorry, could we make that an exhibit? Dr. Uzorowski can identify it later on, but if we can make this exhibit 44, Commissioner?
Yes.
And as I said, the anticipated doc ID for that's going to be GOL 7502. I think that's 44.
Noted. Thank you, Council.
Yep. So from your CV, I think it was April 2013 that you moved into your position as manager of Miro. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And after having been in the analytics and so on role since December 2011.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so at that point, as manager Miro, both pavements and foundations, the head of pavements and foundations and the head of soils and aggregates, amongst others, reported to you. Is that right?
Yes, they did.
And then Stephen Lee had become the head of pavements and materials, right?
Pavements and foundations.
Sorry, pavements and foundations. I am mashing up soils and aggregates and pavements and foundations. Pavements and foundations, yes. And did you have any awareness in late 2013 that Golder contacted Mr. Lee to request skid testing, but then it was declined due to capacity issues? Did you know it at that time? Do you recall?
No, I didn't.
You were not aware of it at that time?
I was not aware.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we could go, Registrar, to overview document 4, image 96. And as indicated in paragraph 229, Mr. Marciello conducted friction testing on one northbound lane of the Red Hill on July 12th, and then on the remaining lanes on July 23rd. And then in paragraph 230, Mr. Marciello on July 25th, 2014, emailed Mr. Senior, copying Mr. Gorman and Mr. Lee, attaching those results. And then you'll see he gives us brief email and gives a summary of the results comparing the averages from 2008 and 2014. Now, you weren't copied on this email. And I guess it's fair to say that at this point as the manager of Miro, that typically you weren't copied on emails about specific friction testing results by Mr. Marciello. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
And did you nevertheless be made aware of and see the 2014 results at some point?
Yes, I recall being shown the results.
Okay. And do you recall when that was and the circumstances?
So I don't recall when it was. I assume it was in this particular year. And I remember the circumstances because Mr. Marciello and Mr. Gorman came into my office and they wanted to talk to me about the DSM list and a discussion around the DMIX aggregate itself and were we satisfied with its performance? It's on the DSM list as a premium aggregate source. So one of the things they had with them was the friction testing data. That's what I recall.
Okay, so just a couple of things there. So you recall it being Mr. Marciello and Mr. Gorman who came to see you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And was it just the two of them or was there anyone else?
No, it was just the two of them. And then, if you want the whole story, I walked over to see Mr. Senior in the soils and aggregates section because the discussion is around the DSM and Mr. Senior is the head of the soils and aggregates section. And so, we wanted to have a discussion about the DSM listing and were we satisfied with the performance of this aggregate. So we went over to talk to Mr. Senior.
Okay, and did you review the results at that time from the 2014 testing?
Well, not in detail, no.
Okay, what did you look at? Do you recall what you looked at specifically? You said they brought it to, I think you said they brought the results to you. Do you recall what you looked at?
Well, I would have glanced at the results, yes.
Okay, but not an in-depth review. Is that fair?
I didn't sit down with a spreadsheet, so
okay.
Yeah.
And do you think you would have looked at the, and we can go to these if we're at the next, if we go to the next image. As we know, there's different tabs on these results. Would you have looked at the historical results in comparison like we see on image 97 here?
I really can't remember what exactly they showed me.
Okay, so you went over with them and you spoke to Mr. Senior, and can you describe that conversation?
Yes, so we were talking about, this is a DSM product, and then we were talking about, the issues we have with this particular situation, because we have an aggregate that's on the DSM for Superpave FC2, but our test section is in an SMA. It's one of those things where, like, if we're evaluating how is this aggregate satisfactory for our premium aggregates list, but there's all these other complications to it. It's not cut and dry. It's it's a different mix type than it's approved for. It was a municipal pavement. Like, there's a few other things that sort of factors that you have to weigh when you're thinking, is this aggregate it's still acceptable for our designated sources and materials list. I mean, I could list a number of things right now, but I can't remember exactly what we talked about. But the fact that you know, it was an SMA where the aggregates are rolled flat. It's different than a a super pave FC2 where you've got, you know, the angular faces pointing up. Like there's aggregates perform differently in different mixes. And then, you know, it's when you have an aggregate that's on an approved list, you know, the reason they would involve me in the first place would be there'd be kind of like a political angle to it. Like, you know, if you're going to actually delist a product, it's not as simple as just take them off the list. It has to be done with careful consideration because, of course, it would impact their business. So, you know, we couldn't just randomly make a decision about the quality without assessing all these other factors.
Okay. And before we get to that, you mentioned that it was approved for, if I heard you correctly, that it's on the DSM for Super Pave FC2, but it's an SMA. It wasn't until the end of 2014 that the SMA pause was listed. But my understanding is once an aggregate is approved for use in surface course, it's approved for use in all surface courses, not just one. Is that not correct?
That's not correct.
Okay.
No, we had a separate list that was for SMAs.
Right.
We had a list that was for Super Pave FC1, a list that was for Super Pave FC2, I think. So.
But at that point in time, I mean, there was a list of sources for SMA that outside, I think, of the, if I'm remembering correctly at this moment, outside of the DSM, which, given that the pause had been placed on SMA, as a general practice, though, am I incorrect that that once approved for the DSM, it's approved for all purposes? For surface course use?
You'd have to ask the soils and aggregate section. I just remember that there's a bunch of different DSM lists, right? So I hadn't really thought of it that way, but I thought there was one for SMA and then one for FC2 and one for FC1.
Okay.
But you'll have to get them to clarify.
We'll follow that up. That's fine. So, so coming back, you said there were a number of things to consider, and you said what you thought you probably discussed, if I've understood you correctly.
Yeah.
And then what was the result? Sorry, have you covered everything that you think you discussed about the considerations for it?
Yes.
Okay. And you finished off by saying that, you know, it's not a simple matter of just delisting. There are political considerations. It's the business of the producer and so forth. So where did the discussion go after that? What was the result or the conclusion?
I think we concluded that we couldn't delist it because there were too many other factors. I mean, a good thing to do would be to place another test section of the mix and evaluate that too. And then it would be our own test section on our own roadway with our own eyes on it and things like that.
Okay. And so that a good thing to do would be to place another test section. Was that something that was decided to do?
No.
Was that just something that was discussed? But
No. That's what in hindsight, that's what I feel like. Oh, okay. I mean, at the time, what we decided was to leave it on the list because there, a number of things. First of all, we knew it was a high quality aggregate. It was approved, the lab tests, so we know it's a good quality aggregate. So it's not a limestone or dolostone that polishes very quickly. It's a trap rock. We know that our trap rocks are not our best performers, but there are very good performers still for us. I mean, for a long time, trap rock was the gold standard of a friction resistant aggregate, right? So if you look back over all the old research, you'll see trap rock was the favored aggregate for giving you good long-term performance. And if you look at the data, it was gradually the friction had dropped over time, but our expectation would be that it doesn't plummet, like it's showing that it's sort of holding on or leveling off, or you know what I mean, stabilizing. It's not, I mentioned aggregates that polish very readily, very quickly. It's none of those things. So, is it a fantastic performer? No, but that would have been the discussion.
Okay, so a few things. I asked you if it was about the test section, about doing another test section. Was that something that was decided to do? And you indicated no. And then I asked you, was that something that was discussed? And you said, no, that's what in hindsight, I feel like. So I just want to be clear. Are you saying that now you're thinking that that would have been something good to do? Or are you saying that that was discussed at the time in this meeting?
No, it was not. It was, sorry, to be very clear, it was not discussed at the meeting. What I was thinking is we had this discussion about all these other factors, and therefore, decided to leave it on the list. And so, I guess we could have, one of the options we could have thought of is, if we're not happy with the test section that we have because of all these other factors, it was a municipal pavement, it was an SMA, it was City of Hamilton's first time doing an SMA, all of these factors, right? Then in hindsight, maybe we could have, if we were still wanting to evaluate further the quality of this aggregate, we could have used it in a different test section, or looked for other projects perhaps where they had used it and evaluate those.
Okay, but you're saying that that wasn't what then was discussed at the time. You're saying that now. Okay, so the decision, I think what you just said, that the decision at the meeting was to not delist it at the time. That was the decision that was reached. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and give me a moment, please. So the friction had dropped, as you indicate, over time, and we can see in, if we go back to the prior image registrar, there's Mr. Marciello's summary of the averages. Image 96, please. Thank you. In paragraph 230, in the comparison between 2008 and 2014, and we see that the friction number has dropped in average of friction number of, depending on the lane, 7 or 8 between 2008 and 2014. Those are actually rounded numbers, but taking into account the rounding, it's 7 or 8 between that time. So you indicated that it was, I think you said, a gradual decrease over that period. But I just want to unpack what you said about it being the other considerations and so forth about delisting. And so what I just want to be clear, what are the other factors? Are you saying that absent those other factors, it would have been delisted?
No, I mean, I was saying we would look at the other factors. I mean, so for example, as I mentioned, the way the aggregate are rolled, all of those other factors that contribute to how it performs in the roadway. So you can have the same kind of aggregate in a different mix, in a different contract, that performs differently. So is it fair to, like, we're looking for our premium aggregate sources. Here's a high quality rock we've evaluated. Is it fair to delist it based on, being gradually reduced to what is still acceptable numbers, but you know, they're not the best numbers that we have out there, that's for sure.
Okay, and when you say to the acceptable numbers, you're saying that, if I've understood your evidence from yesterday, does that mean that the averages are still above FN30 or above?
Yeah, that's generally what we would, you know, consider satisfactory or acceptable numbers, yes.
All right. And so if we go to a couple of the actual test reports, if we could go first, and if we could go to the native, please, in MTO 22944. This should be northbound lane 2. Okay, so this is northbound lane 2, and we can see that the average in 2008 was 39, and then in subsequent years 37, 34, 34, 33, and then 31 in 2014 as the average, and then the minimums and maximums are shown below there, including with a low of 27 in 2014. And if we could go to the first tab, registrar, the detailed. Are you able to read that, Ms. Lane? Is that okay?
Yes, I am, thank you.
And in here, there are 5 readings under 30. There's starting a 5th one down, it's 29.7, and then there's 2 27.7s, and then further down in the 4th and 3rd last, 27.9 and 27.4. And do you recall if you got down to this level of detail in the meeting?
I don't recall getting down to this level of detail, but I would say that looking at the data, that, you know, it's showing that the average is 31. And, you know, we look at the average number, and the thing about an average is, like, half the data is going to be lower than the average and half the data is going to be higher than the average. That's what an average is. So it's not surprising if your average is 31 to have numbers that are below that. That's just what an average is. And the standard deviation is 2. So it's not like the data set is all over the place. It's showing a consistent data, and the average is 31. And so I know that those numbers are under that, but that's what an average means. It means that half the numbers are going to be below that number.
Right. Not everyone can be above average. I understand that, but that, you know, here you're getting numbers, of course, that aren't just you know, marginally under, in the sense of, you know, 29.8, or just that even could be rounded up. You've got some that are in, really 4 of them that are in the 27s, and appreciating that everything. Actually, before we get on to that, why don't we look at one other, southbound lane 2?
So by the way, those 27s are really 28, because it's 27.7, which you would round up to 28. Which you round up,
no, right.
So.
If we could go, registrar, to the native of MTO 22946. And while he's pulling that up, as a general matter, is it usually be the case that that lane 2, being the outside lanes, would have a lower value than than lane 1, the inside lanes, due to the amount of traffic? Is that a typical pattern?
Yes, and also typically if there's heavy vehicles like trucks,
Right.
they would also use the outside lane.
Right. So this is southbound lane 2, and it's showing this, of course, was tested in 2007 as well. So it shows a 34 to begin with in 2007, going up to 38 in the average in 2008, and then 35 in 2009, 34 in 2010, 32 in 2011, 31 in 2012, and again 31 in 2014. And Registrar, if you could go to the first tab, the detailed chart. And as well in this one, there's 5 readings, individual readings under FN 30, and one of them is 26.1. And appreciating what you said about averages again, and the average here is 30.5, which I rounded up to 31, I appreciate. But again, are your comments the same with respect to your views of this as for the previous lane we looked at?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Like, yes, again, so with the mean, we're expecting to have values below the mean. There are values there that are below the mean. If you go back to the first set of data that the one you just showed, the chart, maybe.
Yeah. Do you want us to go back to that? Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at the data, to me, this looks like the data is stabilizing. So, it went 38, 35, 34, 32, 31, and then missed a year and then still 31. So, one of the things about the aggregate, recognizing that it's a trap rock, that it's not our top performer, but it certainly is an excellent performer, then to me, this looks like the data is stabilizing.
Now, if I understand the purpose of this meeting, you're looking at it with the others for DSM purposes.
Correct.
And would you be looking at it in the same way or through a different lens if a request to evaluate these results or the request for the testing had come in from a region because of a concern they had identified, whatever that concern would be about the particular stretch of road? So if we say if this was an MTO road and it wasn't for DSM purposes, but a request had come in and these are the results, would you have a different view or the same view as to the import of the results?
Well, a bit of both. So on the one hand, I would say, the number is still 31. It looks like the data has stabilized. On the other hand, these are not like the best of all results. And then anytime somebody makes a specific inquiry for a specific reason about the road, now we're talking about the engineering analysis that you would have to do. So you would have to know about the road itself, all of those things we previously discussed, like what are the geometrics, what are the sight lines, what are the, what's the traffic pattern, what's the traffic volumes, what's the speed, like if you're coming to us with collisions, what type of collisions are they, where are those collisions occurring? So suddenly you would leap into a whole analysis of the roadway. That's not what we were doing here. We were just looking at the aggregate itself and how it was holding up in terms of friction performance under traffic. So you're right that if somebody came to us, we would, again, this is actually not the level where we would say, oh yeah, ooh, we got to do something. But if somebody came to us with an issue, obviously we would do that sort of engineering analysis.
Right. So if I got it correctly, if they came and said, hey, maybe we have an issue with this, could you please do the skid testing? These results came back on the skid testing. Do I understand you correctly? At that point, I appreciate it's not the, oh my God, we have to repave stage, but at that point, when you refer to engineering analysis. It's looking, then it is an investigation of some sorts to see what, whether there is an effect of the friction levels that have been identified, and looking at the geometry and all the other factors that you've described. Is that right?
Yes. So typically what we would say is these numbers are not an indication that friction is the cause of your concern. So let's do an engineering analysis of the roadway to find out what other factors to consider, because these are not the numbers that would flag us immediately that there was a concern. So let's look at all the other factors to determine what else could be contributing to this issue. So, these are the kind of numbers where you can't say, aha, it's the friction. Instead, you say, okay, this is still, acceptable. It's on the low end of what we consider to be satisfactory. But let's look at the roadway to see what other causative factors there are in this issue and what can be done to address it. And I think you've seen all the things that can be done, like reducing the posted speed, or putting up bigger speed signs to remind people of the speed, or improving the sight lines, or putting up guide rail, putting up median barrier, like those kind of engineering analysis of what can be done to address the issue. But these kind of numbers on their own wouldn't be like a sole aha, eureka moment for why they were having any incidents. It would be one of the things that we looked at if they had come to us with concerns.
Right, and is one of the things that you would look at in that analysis would be would it be to see, okay, here's where the lowest readings, here's where the low readings are, and do they, given all of the factors that you described, whether it's geometry and collision rates and so forth, whether there's a correlation between those? Is that something that would be looked at?
So one of the things that you would look at is, number one would be where are all the collisions occurring? So, I mean, is it on a downhill, approaching a decision point? That, you would look at all of those factors. You would have to know, there's a grade here, there's a curve here. Those are all the things that you would have to tie together.
Right. Okay. And I mean, I appreciate what you're saying about the in and of themselves, and you've described in depth that the number is just a number. There's more to it. You have to look at other things. I take it you would distinguish that, for example, from the results that we talked about near Woodstock in 2007, where you were already dealing with the early age SMA issue, and you get results back that are in the low 20s. And at that point, there's, the immediate thought is to, well, let's post the speed limit, change, signs about the speed limit and so forth in order to deal with it. That's sort of the distinction that you're drawing about taking immediate action versus conducting an investigation to see whether any action is in fact needed.
Yeah, I mean, for example, if we had been doing, which we don't, but if we had been doing network level data and these results came back, that wouldn't, yeah.
And because of,
without somebody coming to you with asking you questions about something, we wouldn't have even blinked.
Right, because a region, in that case, if you're doing the network testing and you get those results, the region hasn't come to you with a concern about
Correct.
it. Okay, thank you. And okay, so you described the meeting and what happened. Was that the end of it from your perspective, or is there any follow-up that you recall?
Well, that's the end of it from what I recall. Yeah.
Okay. And
I just happened to recall that meeting.
I understand it, and I think you indicated you didn't know exactly when it occurred, but you think it would have occurred in that year. I take it you mean in 2014.
Yeah, because it was still Bob and Mr. Gorman and Mr. Marciello.
Right.
And they were no longer with the ministry in 2015. So it must have been in 2014.
I think Mr. Senior might have left in 16, but certainly Mr. Marciello left in 2000.
Mr. Gorman and Mr. Marciello both left in 2015.
Yeah, and Mr. Gorman as well.
Yeah, Mr. Senior was still there. We went over to meet in their little lunchroom.
Okay. And do you recall if you considered contacting Dr. Uzorowski or the city of Hamilton with respect to these results after them having been brought to your attention?
No, I don't recall that.
And just to close the loop on something we discussed yesterday, but I may not have followed it to its end. Am I correct, though, that you would have had the authority to provide the results to Hamilton or Dr. Uzorowski had you decided to do so?
Yeah, I guess I would have, yes.
Okay. And what
there's
about...
there's no like law against it.
No, and there's no policy. I mean, which says there's no written policy on these things either, right?
Correct.
And what about those that reported to you, Mr. Senior or Mr. Lee? Is that something that they could have done had they chosen to do so?
Well, they could have done it. I don't know if they did. You would have to speak to them.
Yes, we have and we will, but I'm just wondering about their authority to do so, whether there's anything that would have prevented them from doing so.
No.
Okay. And at this point, I'm wondering why it wouldn't have occurred to you that to provide it, if you don't recall even considering it, given you had that thought obviously in 2010 and you were aware of the interest in 2007. Can you give us any insight into that?
Well, I can't recall specifically, but it seems to me that if I had already alerted them in 2010 that that we had seen the friction numbers decline, then I would have already alerted them. These numbers are still acceptable to us. So I'm not, it's kind of challenging. Do you call someone and say, hey, they're still acceptable? Like what? I'm not sure what I would do. They're responsible for monitoring and maintaining their own highway. And from what I can see from all the reports, they were doing that. They had their own experts, their own safety reviews, their own consultants. Everybody was,
right,
working away on managing the Red Hill Valley Parkway. It's not our highway. And like I said, even if I got these results from our own roadway, if we were just gathering data, they're still considered acceptable.
I understand, but thinking about the results that sparked you to contact Dr. Uzorowski in 2010 versus these results, and I mean, we can go through them, but they're all significantly lower than in 2010 with the uncorrected results. They're lower than the corrected results as well, as you can see from this page, but I think the averages were corrected by FN2 up in 2011 once Mr. Marciello recognized the testing speed discrepancy. But on northbound lane 1 in 2010, the uncorrected results were 35.1, and now they're 33.2. In northbound lane 2, the average in the uncorrected 2010 results were 31.7, now they're 30.7. the southbound lane 1. Yeah, so they've decreased. Some of them, southbound lane 1 has decreased more from 34.9 to 31.7. So just wondering what the difference is between those two time periods, because you did have some concern back in 2010 and contacted Dr. Uzorowski as a result. What's the difference here?
The difference is that back then we saw what we thought was a rapid decline, and we didn't have a lot of data. So when you see a rapid decline, you think, oh, we're getting a rapid decline in this data. That was something that I thought I should alert them to. Now, if you look by year 2014, it looks like the data has stabilized. So it's sort of like 35, 34, 32, 31, probably 31, then 31 again. Is it now stable at 31? In which case, what am I going to alert them to? So I alerted them when I thought that the data was showing a rapid decline, as I mentioned, and when we get the next year's data, and first of all, correct the previous year, but also get the next year and see that it's actually not this rapid decline that we were concerned about. So while I did alert them when I saw a rapid decline in the data and not knowing where that was going to go, that's why I alerted them. This data shows that, as we expected, aggregate polishes under traffic. So you expect a decline over time, but then knowing it's a good quality aggregate, that we've used for decades is, a great source of friction resistant aggregate. Looking that it's this data here, especially, is showing that it's leveling off.
Okay, that's on this. I understand that. And that's on this lane. If we could go back just for a moment to registrar to the native of MTO 22944. Actually, maybe we don't have to. No, okay, we've got it. In the chart, thank you. And so northbound lane 2, and I just want to talk about the stabilizing issue because it's lane by lane. In this lane, in this particular lane, northbound lane 2, it's, as I said, 2008, it's 39, and then 37, 34, 34, 33, and 31. So is it fair to say it has not stabilized in this lane?
So this is interesting because, again, you've got 31 there. So, it's all the same aggregate type, right? So it's just that there's different lanes performing differently under different traffic conditions, right? So whether northbound is uphill or downhill, or I don't know, whether there's more traffic northbound than southbound, I don't know. I don't know any of those factors, which is something that we would analyze if we had been asked to analyze data. This is just showing the data. So it's 31. The data in the previous chart stabilized at 31. So, again, this is not, to me, this is not this rapid early concern that caused me to make that phone call in 2010.
And after 2014, we know that the Red Hill wasn't skid tested again by the MTO. Do you know why that was?
After 2014,
yeah.
Frank Marciello and Bob Gorman both left the ministry, and so we didn't actually have a friction operator. Until we hired somebody again in 2016. I don't know whether the transition of list of things to do from the first person to the last person, I don't know. I really can't say. I can just tell you that it was Mr. Gorman and Mr. Marciello who were, this was their project, and they both ended up retiring in early 2015.
And both 2015, right?
Both of them in early 2015, yes.
Yeah, and they both, Mr. Marciello, he had been doing the skid testing for decades.
30 years. Yeah.
Right. Okay, and just, these are not in the OD, but if we could pull up registrar two documents, MTO 38713 and 38714. While he's doing that, you had referenced, finding the replacement, and these are just the job competition documents. I think you should. There we go. So in the first one, we have an email from, I think it's March 4th, 2016, about pavement evaluation supervisor. And then the attachment is the staffing approval form. And is this what you were referring to with respect to replacing Mr. Marciello's position?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Ritchie.
This is the standard procedure for trying to hire a new person. It's challenging to hire.
I understand. Are we able to make it one exhibit since we put them up together? Is that, or do we need to make these two exhibits? Probably have to do it as two. Okay, so let's, I believe this is 45 and 46. So MTO 38713 is exhibit 4, would be exhibit 45, and 38714 would be exhibit 46. You can take those down, Registrar. Thank you. If we could go to OD overview document 4, image 99. And paragraph 234 indicates that in August 2013, DeMix, which had been listed on the DSM, was removed, and the Varennes quarry was removed from the DSM since Duffer and Varennes did not pay the yearly fee for 2015 and opted to be removed from the list in 2016. Can you describe when you became aware of this?
Yes, I became aware in 2019. So it was when the news about the Red Hill Parkway was in the news, and we were asked, like, did we have any friction testing? And we said yes, we did, and we had used it to pre-qualify this mix for posting on our DSM, and then we went to show the DSM, and they weren't there. That's when I found out about it. Okay,
at that time, and we will talk about your activities in early 2019
sure.
in a few minutes, but that's what you're talking about after the news of the Red Hill and the issues that the inquiry were convened for
yeah.
became public. Okay.
Right.
Sorry, give me one second. And if we could go to,
I just want to clarify, just for people's understanding, that like the DSM, although the ministry is responsible for the actual technical part of the DSM, the road authority is an organization that maintains the DSM, and that's a separate organization, and you have to pay a yearly fee to maintain your product on the DSM, you pay that fee to the road authority. So they didn't pay their fee. The road authority would remove them. Like I think earlier when I mentioned, like, there would be a lot of consideration from a ministry's perspective about removing a product from the DSM. We would look at all the factors, we would do all the analysis. The road authority goes, you don't pay, we're removing you from the DSM. So I just wanted to clarify that that's a different.
You have to pay a fee, or
you have to pay a fee,
or you can be removed.
Yes.
Okay, and if we could go to MTO 38646. This is an email exchange that's referenced in the paragraph we were just looking at from February 14th, 2019. And you're communicating with Joel Magnan?
Yeah, Joel is the head of the soils and aggregates section.
Did he replace Mr. Senior after Mr. Senior left? Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And we see below there is some communication in French between Mr. Magnan and a Marie-Josée Gauthier, and inquiring about, talking about DeMix aggregates. And she's at DeMix, as you can see from her signature line there. And then in the middle there, Mr. Magnan on February 14th explains to you, just received the response from DeMix Varennes. They removed themselves from the DSM as a business decision since they never sell aggregate originating from Montreal and surrounding areas to Ontario. Is that so Mr. Magnan, am I correct? You asked him to look into this and in February 2019, and that's what he did, and that's what he reported back?
Yeah, because he's the head of soils and aggregates section in this time frame. So it was about testing of the aggregate, you know, the DSM list, and lo and behold, I went over to ask them, like, you know, for the DSM list so that we could show that it was on the DSM list. And then when it wasn't there, I asked him, like, why isn't it there? And, you know, nobody knew. So that's why he followed up with them. And that's the answer we got back. They didn't pay. They didn't want to pay. They didn't pay, and therefore they were removed from the list. Right.
Okay. Sorry, but when you were conducting the your inquiries as to these events in February 2019, you would assume that they were still on the DSM because they had been previously. And you made your inquiries and found out, oh, they're not.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, if we could go to overview document 7 now, different overview document, different topic. And if we could go to image 107 and 108. And so I just want to take a couple of communications here, and then we'll ask you some questions just to place it first. And so beginning at paragraph 337, overview document 7, first thing is on January 22nd, 2016. So now we're in 2016. We've jumped back and forth through time, and now we're in 2016. At 2:13 p.m., Matthew Van Dongen, reporter from the Hamilton Spectator, emailed Astrid Poy, communications coordinator, communications branch of the MTO. And he wrote, so here's an odd question. Has the MTO ever conducted friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway? I know it is owned by the city of Hamilton, but I was contacted recently by a self-identified retired engineer who suggested the ministry has always been interested in the Parkway's performance. He believed the MTO has conducted friction tests periodically over the years. So that's the first thing. I'm going to skip over 338 for a second because that's a few days later. We go to paragraph 339. And so on January 22nd, still the same day as Mr. Van Dongen's inquiry, at 10:55 p.m., you emailed Dr. Uzorowski under the subject line Red Hill Valley Parkway, and wrote, "I received a strange media request about performance of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you keep in touch with Hamilton on that project? Are you aware of any performance issues? Perhaps there's an asphalt cement cracking issue. I am in the dark on this one." And then at 3:40, the next one, you can see that on January 25th, so 3 days later at 12:26 p.m., Dr. Uzorowski forwarded your email to Mr. Moore, indicating that he had received it the previous Friday. So I guess that was late at night on Friday when you sent your email, 10:55 p.m. Yeah. And it says, "I was on site and was not able to pass it to you immediately. Obviously, she does not know anything about any issues." And so then, do you recall whether when you emailed Dr. Uzorowski that whether you were responding to the same media request as had come in earlier that day from Mr. Van Dongen? Do you know?
So that seems likely. I have to admit, that seems likely.
Okay. And you say seems likely, but you don't specifically recall, is that right?
Well,
or you do?
No, I mean, it seems like this would be the same request, yes.
Okay. And we do see that in paragraph 338 on January 25th, there are communications about the response to the Spectator's inquiry, and indicating, "FYI, we will provide to Hamilton spec on friction testing. Thanks." And then there's at the top of image 108, there's the proposed response. And you were actually sent that. We go to the reference document there, MTO 38342. We'll see that it gets that draft response to the Spectator is sent to you by Claudette Missioni on, well, that's in 2020, actually. So at the time, you weren't, the lower email, you weren't, in 2016, March 25th, I don't think you were copied on that email.
So this 2021 was when we were gathering the data to send in, like for the inquiry, and that's how I submitted this to you. Claudette sent it to me, and I submitted it to you.
Okay, but at the time you weren't. It appears that you weren't looped in on that, but nonetheless, you think that that it was the same request.
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a phone call, or was it actually the email request that you were contacting Dr. Uzorowski over?
Oh no, I wouldn't get the phone call.
Okay. Okay.
They go straight through our media people.
Okay. Right. That just as a matter of course.
Oh yeah, that's the protocol.
Okay.
If somebody called me directly, I would direct them to our media people anyway.
Okay.
That's just the normal protocol.
All right. Now, if you could take that down and go back to the overview documents there, Registrar, that 107 and 108. Thank you. Now, in your email to Dr. Uzorowski, though, in paragraph 339, you refer to as a strange media request about the performance of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And you say, I received it. And you ask if he keeps in touch with Hamilton. Are you aware of any performance issues? Perhaps there's an asphalt cement issue. I'm in the dark on this one. So first of all, do you recall why you referred to it as strange?
So I have to admit, it's not a very well-written email, but it was Friday night at 10:55 p.m. So you have to cut me a bit of slack. What I would say is, I mean, looking at the request now, so it is kind of a strange email because it's saying that a self-identified retired engineer has contacted Matt Van Dongen to say MTO has always been interested in the Parkway's performance. So, you know, it is kind of a strange question, right? So then asking about the friction testing, which we did do, right? So, you know, in light of the fact that, as you know, it's not like we broadly share friction data. It's something that we don't broadly share. From that perspective, it's kind of an odd question. Like, who is this self-identified retired engineer and what are they getting at? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I still think it's strange. So then, like like I said, my contact is Dr. Uzorowski. I reached out to him, granted with this somewhat incoherent email at 10:55 p.m.
I wonder, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say, I mean, this looks like I'm fishing to know if there's any concerns, right?
Okay.
Do you know of any concerns?
Okay.
Are you keeping in touch with them?
I'm wondering, is it possible you were out of the country? I'm just looking at it now because Dr. Uzorowski's response is, he refers to it coming from you on Friday afternoon. So I'm wondering if there's a time change issue there where you may be on. Yeah, I'm just thinking about the time now that we see that.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. And then it's not in the overview document. If we could go to Golder 2915, which is Exhibit 25. I believe it's Exhibit 25. There we go. So this is a little small. Could you go to the second image? Pull up this image and the second image, please, and then we'll expand. There we go. So on the second image there, we see your original email on January 22nd to Dr. Uzorowski. And then Dr. Uzorowski responds, if you could expand the bottom email on image 1. So he responds, I will talk to this, thanks for your email, I will talk to the city. There are short deeps and surface cracking. And then he goes on to discuss whether it's related, the cracking is related to asphalt cement and where the asphalt cement came from. And then you, if you take that down and maybe just expand all the emails, the rest of the emails on image 1. Yeah, from there down to the one just before the one we were looking at. Yeah. So you respond to him, do you have Gary Moore's phone number? I thought I should give him a call. And then he gives you Gary's phone number, but says he's already passed your email to Gary and we'll call him after lunch. So a couple of things. Do you recall if you contacted Gary Moore?
I don't recall. I don't think I did. And the reason I say that is Ludimir says he's going to call him. Like, this is, like I said, this is Hamilton's Roadway, Gary Moore and Ludimir working together. Like, I feel like I would be like overstepping. If he's saying he'll call him, then he's going to follow up.
Okay. And what were you thinking that you would contact Mr. Moore about?
To ask him if there's anything going on the Parkway. You know, is there any performance issues?
Okay, and what's the discussion about asphalt cracking and so forth? Is that something you had to get to?
So Ludimir and I were working very closely together with a number of other people on an asphalt cement cracking issue, which had to do with a lot of the asphalt that was performing badly was 64 minus 28 graded asphalt. And, you know, at the time, that's what we were talking about.
That's the asphalt cement, right? That's the asphalt cement.
Yeah, and
the
short story is like, we had a perpetual pavement too that was built at about the same time. So the Red Hill Valley Parkway was a perpetual pavement. We also had a perpetual pavement built on the 406 around the same time. You know, we're expecting all these great things, and then unfortunately hadn't been thinking about the early asphalt cracking issue, which was happening about that time, where there were asphalt cements that were being modified. This is a whole other story, but anyway, the asphalt cements were being modified with recycled engine oils, and it was causing them to become brittle and crack. And so there's a whole huge chapter of my career, which was all about trying to address that early asphalt cracking problem. And so that was part of why I stuck in there about, is there an early asphalt cracking issue? Because, you know, and then his reply suggests that there was, right?
Because you had been amongst others, you've been working with him on that issue about the MTO.
Very closely and for several years, exclusively on this very important issue. So yeah, it was very consuming.
Okay. And at that point, because you mentioned contacting Gary Moore, how did you know Mr. Moore? Had you dealt with him directly?
So, you know, I would know of him. You know, I didn't have a relationship with him like I had with Ludimir. So I would know of him. I would see him at a conference like the Hot Mix Producers Conference, or I don't know, something like that. Like I just knew of him more than anything else.
Okay. And I'm wondering, is it possible that this relates back to the November 15th emails, 2010 emails, and your communication with Dr. Uzorowski at the time about getting the City of Hamilton contact? Is there any relationship to that?
Anything is possible.
Okay, but you don't have any recollection of that being the case one way or the other. Is that fair?
Exactly. I mean, I really don't remember.
Okay. All right, if we go to Golder 2912. And in this email isn't in the overview document, but you just, Registrar, expand the top two emails. And it's another response from Dr. Uzorowski. Actually, I'm sorry, can you take that down for a second? I missed what it's responding to. Yeah, it's just your original, again, he's responding at a later point to your original email from the 22nd about the strange media request. Okay, thank you. If you could bring that up again, Registrar. He indicates that he will talk to the city, and we've discussed that part, and then you respond I don't know what the media are fishing for, but certainly MTO is not aware of any issues. I think before you referred to phishing, but I took you as meaning in your testimony a few minutes ago, you talked about phishing, but I think you were talking about potential phishing with the city. Is that about why you'd want to talk to Mr. Moore? Is that right?
No, well, yes, but I was actually referring to phishing with Ludimir from the email that I sent to Ludimir. It looks like I was phishing, like not wanting to gossip or spread rumors or anything like that, right? So just if he had any information to offer up to me, I was phishing for that. That's what it looks like. And again, so yeah, the word phishing is used there, but I mean, I guess everybody feels that when they get a call from the media, it's because the media are looking for a story. I mean, they don't call you for no other reason other than they're looking for a story. So,
right. Of course. And at this point, given that the request we were talking about was specifically around friction test issues, did you consider talking to Dr. Uzorowski about the skid testing that the MTO had done?
So I remember that we didn't discuss the skid testing, and again, the reason is, you know, I know that we ended up talking about the asphalt cement, right? So,
did you have an actual discussion on the phone or with him, or is it just the emails?
Well, I mean, I can remember talking with him about the asphalt cement, whether it was precisely the same chain of events or whether it was this triggered me to follow up with him about asphalt cement later. You know, I know we were writing a paper about how our perpetual pavement performed. So I can't tie it specifically to this, but I know I did follow up with him to talk about the asphalt cement.
Okay, right, but not potentially not in relation to the media request. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, just give me 1 moment. Could we make that an exhibit, Commissioner? It would be 47. This is the email that we have up on the screen, Golder, GOL 2912. Would be 47.
Noted, Council.
Thank you, Registrar. And you could take that down, please. And the last area I'd like to cover with you is the communications and involvement with the City of Hamilton in 2019 that you've already, the purpose of the demix not paying the fee and being delisted from the DSM you already alluded to. So as I understand it, once news about the matters giving rise to this inquiry came out, that you became involved in working with and communicating with the City of Hamilton at that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just describe how and why you became involved at that time?
I think the news item of interest was MTO had done friction testing. So they contacted us to say, have you done friction testing? So we said, yes, we have. And we shared the results with them. Okay. And they had a copy of the friction report from 2007.
So we could go to overview document 10. And images 87 and 88, please. So just to place it in time, in paragraph 218, February 1st, 2019, Edward Soldo of the city emailed Kevin Bentley, who was the executive director and chief engineer at the Highway Standards Branch. And under the subject line pavement friction, copying Mr. McGuire at the city. And he asked, see at the top of 88, in the second paragraph, do you have a person the city can contact regarding pavement friction testing and anticipated values for SMA pavements? Would like to see what data the MTO has in this area. And then there's a follow-up in the next paragraph. Mr. Soldo emails Mr. Bentley again on February 11th. Just following up on my earlier email, was wondering if you could give me a call. And so Mr. Bentley, is he, at that point in time, you're the manager of Miro, right?
Yeah.
That's still in that role at the time. And what was your relationship in reporting to Mr. Bentley? Did you report to him?
Not directly, but indirectly, yes.
Indirectly, okay.
So I reported to the director, and he was the executive director, chief engineer. So I reported to the director, and then the director reports to the executive director.
Okay, and so your direct report was who?
Dino Bagnario.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I just read the email. It was Dan Remolino.
Dan Remolino? Okay.
Sorry, yes. Dino had retired, and it was Dan Remolino.
Okay. And if we go to keep image 88 and pull up 89 as well, please. We see in paragraph 220, you were involved in developing a response to a press inquiry from CHCH News in Hamilton. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then if we go to image 9, keep up 89 and go to image 90. So paragraph 225, still on February 12th, Mr. Bentley replied to Mr. Soldo's email from the prior day, and he sends him the MTO's skid test results and copying you, and indicates that he CC'd Becca Lane if you have any questions about the testing. And so can you tell, then a number of things happen after that, but generally speaking, what was going on at that point, and how did you get involved?
Well, I got involved because the initial question was, had MTO done any testing? And Stephen Lee was the head of pavements and foundations section, and he said, no, we had never done any testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And I said, yes, we have. So it's my own fault for having a good memory. So the short story is, as the manager of Miro, I sort of became that, everything goes up through the chain of command. So, Stephen Lee to Becca to Dan to Kevin.
Okay.
That's normal. That's the normal procedure.
Okay. And then if we could go to image 94. And paragraph 236, on February 13th, Mr. Bentley emailed Mr. Soldo again, and attaching the underlying data for the friction testing graphs that he had previously sent before, and the SMA, one page for the SMA mix design. So was this information that you had obtained from your inquiries?
So you mean my inquiries of staff?
Yeah, internally at the MTO.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So for example, we started to look for information. They were asking specifically, what else do you have? I can't remember what the question is. Anyway, and so I went to the bituminous section because they were asking about the SMA mix, and they had Heather pulled up Anil Virani's old files from when he retired, and in that they found the SMA mix design.
Okay, so Heather, is that Heather Bell?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so if we could go to that, this is the second attachment to Mr. Bentley's email is ham 54586. Oh. Oh, sorry, it's the wrong one. Bear with me. That's the test results. One moment. Try 54587. I'm pretty sure that's the right one. Yes. So that's the mixed design. So you talked to Heather Bell in the bituminous section, and Heather then went and looked at old files and found this in Anil Virani's file. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I went over to the bituminous section, like not just Heather, like I asked everybody, Syed, everybody, to see what they could dig up. And then they still had, Heather had taken on Anil's role. So like when Anil retired, Heather got Anil's job, and he had given her his files on a stick, right? And so she was able to go through it and find this mixed design, and she sent it to me and I sent it in.
I see. And was Mr. Virani, was he on the SMA task group back
Yes, he was.
that time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how Mr. Virani got this? Do you have any insight into that at all?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. And then we could take that down, registrar, and pull up the native of the other attachment to Mr. Bentley's February 13th email, which is ham 54, but the native 54586. And so this is the detailed underlying data from the Red Hill testing, as I understand it, from 2008 through till 2014. Is that right? Except 2013 when it wasn't conducted, of course.
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to the second tab, I just had a couple of questions on these. Second tab, test data. And this appears to, yeah, if we could, up to the top, thank you. Okay. Oh no, they're all there. Okay. Sorry, this is the, has the location, speed, all the underlying data. It appears though, if you scroll down now, registrar, that there's only GPS data for the 2014 results. Scroll up a little bit till we, yeah. you see the 2012 doesn't have the GPS information? Do you have any idea why that is?
It's likely that we got a new trailer and it had a GPS on it. I couldn't 100% say that, but I remember we did get a new friction trailer, and I remember that we were obviously trying to get a GPS, and like, it's a new technology, ha ha. Right? So obviously we wanted to be able to have GPS data. So I can remember a discussion around making sure we had GPS data. That's the only thing.
Okay, so that may have been the timing.
Yeah.
I think we'll hear that it's the same trailer, but that it may be that that GPS was affixed to it at that point, is I guess the possibility. Okay, thank you. And then the next tab is the report. And had one question. I mean, the date on this, you'll see, is on the top part is 7/23/2014. So that's the date 3 of the lanes were tested in 2014 on the Red Hill. But at the top it says pavement friction survey 2018, which do you have any knowledge of how that date came to be there?
No, I mean, that's a typo.
Okay. All right, if we could go back to overview document 10 and image 94 and 95, please. And in paragraph 237, which runs on to the following image, Mr. Bentley emailed Mr. Soldo again on February 13th, describing, as he said, from what we have been able to determine so far, and indicates in 2007, some concerns have been identified in the province with the initial friction qualities of the SMA mix given the higher levels of AC. As a result, at the request of the city, the 2007 testing of a 4-kilometer section that was constructed SMA was completed by the MTO and results shared with the city. No concerns were identified with the initial friction qualities. The 2008 to 2014 testing for the same 4-kilometer section was completed to evaluate the acceptability of the stone used in the asphalt for potential use on provincial highways. Based on a preliminary review of the MTO's records and based on the intended purpose of this testing, it would appear that these results were not shared with the city. And am I correct again? This is the sort of the product of what you had been making inquiries about up till that point. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by product. Like the 2008 to 2000.
No. Just Mr. Bentley's email, that's based on the information from you and as a result of your internal inquiries with staff, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did you at that time consider or even think about your discussion you'd had with Dr. Uzorowski back in November of 2010?
No.
Did you even recall that at the time?
No.
Okay, and then just to loop it out, we see in paragraph 238 is the reference to the email of you reporting on Mr. Magnan's inquiries about, Mr. Magnan emailing you about his inquiries about demix that we already talked about, just to place that in time.
Right.
Okay, and there's also at paragraphs, actually, no, I don't need to go there. We could go to image 97. And paragraph 243, on February 25th, Mr. Bentley emails Mr. Soldo and he copies you, writing, I've CC'd Becca to allow you to arrange a meeting with her and her staff. And then if we go to image 100, in 250, paragraphs 252 to 255, first in 252, Mr. McGuire on February 26th emails Mr. Bentley about the friction test data. He's looking to understand the information and asks for the limits of the testing, and you reply. If you look at tab 2, it's labeled test data, and then he asks to call you for a bit of clarity. You arrange a call with him.
Is that all I said? If you look at tab 2, it's test data.
So that's what, we can go to that 272. If we could go to HAM 29030.
Okay, so thank you. I was a little worried there that I hadn't explained it better than that.
Yeah, fair. That's a fair point. And if we could pull up both images, there's a set, or the first 2 images. There we go. It's labeled test data, and you give them an example of it. And
yeah,
you're showing the data from 2000.
Northbound and from the CNR structure to Green Hill, exactly like that, and where the data is and where it starts from. And so basically explaining to him how to read the data.
No, that's absolutely
I just didn't want you to think that I just said, look it up, it's labeled test data.
I wasn't suggesting that, but it's perfectly appropriate for you to point out that you provided more detail. So thank you for doing that. And if we could go back then to image 100. And so it indicates that you arrange a call for 3:15 on that day on March 1st. And so do you recall that discussion with Mr. McGuire?
I do recall the discussion. I think it was with Mr. McGuire, yes.
Okay. And could you just explain what you recall, what you discussed and in that call?
So Mr. McGuire was asking about the numbers and what they meant. And, you know, I was explaining to him exactly all of the things that I've been explaining the past day, like that, you know, it's not just about the number, that they need to know from an engineering perspective what the friction demand on their roadway is. And it's about all the other things like the traffic volumes and the speed and the geometry and the grade and the sight lines and all of those other, I explained that. And I said, you know, so there isn't a number that goes from good to bad. It's about the whole picture and how it contributes. And I know it's frustrating because people are looking for this magic number. And I explained to him that there is no magic number that goes from the road is excellent to the road is terrible. It's all of these different factors. That's what I explained to him.
Okay, so a couple of things. Was it the results from throughout that you were discussing with him? Just all of the testing?
We weren't actually looking at the data. So I just remember that he was looking for, is there some kind of number that, you know, triggers something, right? That's what he was asking for. And that's why I was giving that explanation. And
sorry, did he specifically raise FN30, or did you raise that?
We talked about FN30, yes.
Okay. And do you recall who raised that?
I believe it was probably me. Yeah.
Okay, because you're talking about, as you said, about there's no magic number, but nonetheless, there is a number.
No, I said, no, actually, no. I remember specifically saying there isn't a number. I said, people will like to float this number 30 out there, but let me explain to you why you can't do that. So I specifically remember saying it's not 30. That's what that number is out there in the floating in the air. I don't know what to say, but that we don't rely on that number, and that it's just all of those other things, and it's not the number 30. That is specifically what I remember telling him. Okay,
but I want to be fair about your evidence. You've been very clear in explaining that it's not just about FN30 and that there are all these other factors, but at the same time, I think you've been clear that FN30 is used by the MTO as whether it's a guide or a desirable number or so forth, at which point an investigation, as you described, can be triggered. So are those things that you discussed with him or no?
No, I specifically said it wasn't a number that would automatically trigger anything.
Not automatic. Okay, not automatically triggered. Did you say that it is a number that would have that may, depending on the circumstances, trigger an investigation? No,
I didn't. I specifically remember saying to him that it wasn't that. So he was asking me, like, is there a number that, and I was saying, well, there's a number out there that everybody wants to talk about, the number 30, but that is not, there is no golden number for us. Like we have, as I've been trying to say, we've been very clear that there are so many other factors and aspects to this that there is no magical number that changes the pavement from being good to being fair or whatever, right? There is no magical number. Okay. So I explained that to him, that it would be all dependent on the actual frictional demand and needs of the highway, and that I understood that was frustrating, but that's the way it really was. And that is the way it really is, even though you're right, you see the number 30 all over the place, but I'm just explaining how it's really used.
Okay, and you had said earlier about it being frustrated, and I was going to ask you, were you saying that people generally think that, but do I understand you correctly now? You're saying that you expressed that to Mr. McGuire, that you understand that it's frustrating, but
well, because people are looking for a simple answer, right? That's not a simple answer. Right?
Okay. All right. And sorry, was it your sense that he was aware of FN30 and whatever it meant prior to the call, or no?
No, I think he was asking me if there was a number like that.
Okay. And had you, at that point in time, had you ever driven on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I haven't. I've never driven on it.
Okay. Is that still the case?
It's still the case.
Okay.
In fact, I just Googled it 2 days ago to try and see if I could see it with Google, the little Google man.
Okay. And did you have any discussion in this call about the MTO doing further skid testing on the Red Hill?
I don't remember if it was in this call. I don't think it was, but it could have been. I know that we did have discussions with the city about could we go and do some friction testing, and we said we could. So I don't know if it was specifically in this call or in a later call, but I know that the ministry was willing to do friction testing, and in fact, I believe we had a minister statement out in the world where the minister said we would do anything we could to assist. So definitely we were willing to provide friction testing.
Okay. And then if we could go to images 169 and 170. And paragraph 44, which straddles the two pages. On March 20th, Mr. McGuire emailed you under the subject line, follow up with the City of Hamilton. Wrote, we talked last month on the RHVP issue and I wanted to say thanks. I wondered if we could have a conversation about the potential to test our facility again prior to our resurfacing works. Did you understand that as a reference to conducting the skid testing again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So whether or not you discussed it in that conversation on March 1st, it had been discussed obviously by this point. Fair?
Yeah, I think this is him bringing it up for the first time. So just guessing, because he says, I wonder if we could have a conversation about the potential.
So this might have been the first time it was brought up?
It might have been the first time, yeah.
Okay. And he also then in the next paragraph talks about the setting of LDs for paving contracts. Do you know what that was about?
So he's talking about liquidated damages, and that is not my area of expertise. So I sent him off to Doug Pateman, the manager of the contract management office, because that's not my area of expertise. So I don't know what it.
Did this have anything to do with the Red Hill and the issues we've been talking about?
I actually don't think it does. I mean, I think it might have been separately at the same time. There was some kind of audit going on at the City of Hamilton of their paving practices and things like that, their contracting practices. So I'm imagining that it has something to do with that. Seems like asking about liquidated damages for a paving contract 12 years later wouldn't be appropriate.
Right, fair enough. And then he asked to arrange a call in the next week, and in paragraph 445, that's what you're referring to, you indicate that put him in contact with Mr. Pateman, and then you'll check with staff about the friction testing because you need some warmer weather.
Right, yeah.
And then if we could, I guess, keeping up 170. We can see in 446 and 447, there's a meeting scheduled for April 2nd, which seems to have been intended to involve Mr. Bentley, Mr. Soldo, Mr. McGuire, and you. And in the first paragraph at 446 of Felicia Haringa's email to Mr. Soldo, she says, Kevin Bentley and Becca Lane from the Ministry of Transportation have asked that I schedule a 30-minute meeting with you about MTO undertaking friction testing and asking for that for next week, and then it's scheduled for April 2nd. Do you recall that meeting on April 2nd?
Oh, I don't specifically recall the meeting, but I mean, I expect that the meeting was to offer up that we do friction testing for them, because they had asked us to do friction testing and we were willing to do it. So I think that meeting was to sit down and offer up coordinate how we could do the friction testing for them.
Okay. Do you know that you attended the meeting and you just don't recall it, or you don't even recall if you attended the meeting?
Yeah, I mean, it's a blur. I don't remember if I attended or not. I do know that we didn't have reservations about doing the friction testing. We had offered it up. We had support from the minister saying that we could provide assistance. So, I mean, we were willing to do the friction testing. I don't recall the meeting specifically.
Okay.
It couldn't have been very 30-minute meeting. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And we know the MTO did not conduct the testing. Do you recall why that was? Was there a specific communication where you were told that the MTO wasn't going to be doing it, or that the offer was declined?
I don't recall why. I mean, maybe Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire can advise why, but from my perspective, we were ready and willing to do that friction testing. We just had to wait for the warmer weather because we didn't want to, like, our friction trailer goes into storage over the winter because we don't want to expose it to ice, and well, it can't test in the cold anyway, but we also don't expose it to the elements, winter elements and salt and those kind of things. So it would have been a matter of just getting it out of storage so that we could do the testing for them. Possibly getting it calibrated, you know, I don't know, something along those lines. That's what I think would be the only preconditions.
Okay. Recall anything about why that didn't happen specifically?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, just give me one moment, please. Went a little longer than I thought, but I don't have any further questions. It is 11:22. So I wonder, Commissioner, would this be a good time for our morning break, and I could have just a discussion with Participants Council about their time estimates and Mr. Raymond?
That'll be fine, and we'll take a little over 15 minutes. We'll come back at 20 to 12.
Thank you. And Registrar, if you could put
And
us
adjourn until that time.
Thank you, Registrar, if you could put us into Participants Council. Thank you, Ms. Lane.
Thank you.
we're back, Commissioner. May we proceed?
Please proceed.
I consulted with council for the participants and about their examinations, and Mr. Chen will go first for the city, followed by Ms. Roberts for Golder, and then I'm advised Dufferin does not have any questions, and then the Ms. McIver for the MTO.
Okay.
Last.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner, Ms. Lane. I am counsel for the City of Hamilton. I just have a couple of questions for you. So to start, yesterday, Mr. Lewis asked you about and I think maybe even today, the circumstances where the MTO may conduct friction testing for municipalities upon request. Do you recall that discussion? Okay, and then perfect. And I understand that the MTO doesn't have a written policy on how to manage that type of request by municipalities. It depends on various factors like capacity. Is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Registrar, if we can bring up MTO 7, images 2 and 3. So it starts just at the bottom left, which is MTO 7, image 2. There's an email from Chris Raymond to you, September 27, 2007, and then it kind of spills over to the next page. And that's the email. I just had a couple of questions for you, and you can see the first line. Can we please discuss friction testing for the City of Hamilton's perpetual pavement? It goes on to say Ludimir is requesting friction testing, and we'll come back to that. The third paragraph, and this is where I want to start, says the pros to conducting the testing. And then you list 3 of them. If you can just have a look at that. Just want to take those one at a time and get your view.
Okay, oh, sorry. The pros to conducting the testing are supporting perpetual pavement research. So,
so the first one, so I take it you agree, Ms. Lane, that was one of the pros would be to support perpetual pavement research. Is that fair?
Yeah, so perpetual pavement was a brand new technology. And in fact, we only have a handful of perpetual pavements in the province. And this was one of the very, very first trials of perpetual pavement. So yes, that would be a pro.
And then the second, if I can paraphrase, they're going to build on the MTO's SMA friction knowledge base. That's another reason in favor of testing.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the third, which you raised yesterday, is general public safety. I take it you agree that that's another reason in favor of testing.
Yeah, there's a concern about the early age friction on SMA pavements, and this was going to be an SMA pavement.
Okay, more generally, is the third reason, and just trying to understand your evidence, that's consistent with your view that if the friction test results come back and they show any concerns, you would have relayed those concerns to the city. Does that kind of inform this aspect of general public safety?
Yeah, I'm sure if the results had come back that where there was a big concern, that it would have been relayed to the city. Yes.
And then next paragraph, the cons. Chris says that Chris Raymond says that there's no official request, which again I'll come back to. And then the last one is it says limited. My video is blocking the words. Limited resources, which you raised before, and I take it you agree with that.
Yeah, exactly. We have only one friction trailer and one operator.
Perfect. So if we can move now to the 2007 test results, which you discussed yesterday, and I think may have come up today again. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I have it right, but your view on those results, we can take this, just register this document down. Your evidence yesterday was that the 2007 results were, I think, good results, and that you were pleased with them. Is that right?
Correct.
And just applying what you said before about the reasons we test, and which include, I think, the word public safety. I take it that if the results were concerning from a safety perspective, you or someone else on behalf of you at the MTO would have reached out to the city at that time to express that concern?
That's right. So we had been seeing numbers in the less than 20 and in the low 20s. And so these numbers were good.
And just on those numbers, you mentioned yesterday that you saw some numbers in the teens.
Yes.
And do you recall where that was?
I don't recall where, but I know that's what led to our initial results. Our initial reaction to the SMA task group, etc. So we got some numbers in the teens, and that's what led us to start up the SMA task group in the first place.
And in terms of, if there were concerns and we've reached out to the city in terms of what would be expressed to the city, would the conversation have been something like, you explain the friction data and what it may mean going forward?
I didn't have that conversation with the city, so I don't know what was said. So I can't really comment.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to get your view on, if that is a conversation that were to take place, what would be discussed? Would there be, recommendations or any of that sort, if there were in fact concerns?
So if there had been concerns, we would have relayed that those friction numbers are typically something that are of concern to the ministry if they had been very low numbers.
Okay. Would there be anything more than that? Perhaps an explanation of, why it's concerning?
I can't speculate on what it would be, really.
Okay, no, fair enough. And to your knowledge, just with respect to the 2007 results, no one else at the MTO who received these results had any concern either, safety or otherwise. Is that fair?
Yeah, it looks like we were concerned about very low numbers, and these numbers came in, and we thought they were good. I can't,
Okay. Thank you. And
I mean, one of the things, one of the things, if you look at all of the documentation from the SMA task group, it was all about what can we do to bring those numbers up to 30. So it was like, we're concerned about the early age friction. We're gonna, check what that early age number is, and then we're gonna, if we find it's low, we're gonna, reduce the speed limit, or we're gonna post slippery when wet signs, and we'll take them down when it achieves a number of 30. So 30 was sort of the target of acceptability that everybody was aiming for. With the SMA task group, and it's in all of the documentation for that.
Right. So, and you've kind of jumped ahead from where I wanted to go, but since you brought it up, let me just ask you now. So we know the 2007 Red Hill numbers, had an average, above 30, and the early age low friction numbers on that the task group looked at were in the low 20s. So is it fair to say that when we think of the early age low friction issue, what we're really talking about are roadways that are in the low 20s, maybe even the teens? That's kind of the focus of how we would define the early age low friction issue?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. And so so I understand, if a road had, early day friction figures in the high 40s, for example, which might be, I don't know, an extreme example, that's not, it wouldn't be associated with early age low friction.
Correct.
Okay, so just going back to our discussion before we veered off into what early age low friction is. After you discussed the 2007 results with Mr. Lewis, at some point you went on to look at or talk about the friction testing that took place in 08 to 2014. And again, I think the answer is implied from your action in response to the 2010 testing. But if any of the testing results from after 2007 were concerning to you and raised potential issues, safety or otherwise, you again would have told or advised the city or its representatives of the concerns that you had. Is that fair?
So yeah, so that's why in 2010, I reached out to get a number to contact the city to let them know that we had seen the pavement numbers, friction numbers dropping.
Right, okay. So leaving and the 2010 numbers that triggered you to call Ludimir, I think we've established that had you actually seen the the correct numbers, you would not have called because the dip or the big drop that triggered you to call Ludimir wouldn't have been there. Is that fair?
Right. What triggered me and the concern was that it was quite a large drop. I thought it was 6 points, quite a large drop in the friction value. And that made me concerned. So because we didn't have a lot of data and we saw this sort of rapid drop, I was concerned about where those numbers were going. So, so that's why I thought it would be important to contact the city.
Okay. And so outside of the, the erroneous 2010 numbers, looking at the results from 08 to 14, I take it there was no concern, there were no need to call the city about those results because they were acceptable? Well,
I'm imagining we've already called the city about the 2010 results, so I'm not going to call them every year, but the numbers are still falling in our acceptable range and look to me to be leveling off. And we were, like I mentioned, we were confident in the aggregate itself as being a good quality aggregate. And although they weren't ideal numbers, they were still considered acceptable.
Right. And just with respect to the call to Ludimir asking for a contact at the city, I think, am I correct that your evidence was you have no recollection of actually calling someone at the city?
Yeah, so my recollection is I don't have a memory of calling them, but I guess what I would say is that was my intent to do, and I, knowing who, knowing my own professional work ethic or whatever, I feel certain that I would have done it, and then I was pleased to see that I did have that confirmation that I reached out to Ludimir. So to me, that's showing that I did in fact reach out and let them know about the declining friction numbers.
So I appreciate this. This was a long time, and if assuming you did call the city and you raised the concern, would it also make sense to you, based on your work ethic, that you would have, after learning about the error in 2010, corrected what you may have said to the city afterwards?
No, I don't think so.
So if you have no recollection of correcting the information that you gave, would that suggest to you, given your diligence, that you would not have initially called the city with that information?
Oh no, I'm sure I would have called them with the original information, but the follow-up information, I don't think I would have followed up on.
Mr. Registrar, can we bring up MTO 7 again? Images 2 and 3. Ms. Lane, I would just like to go back to the conversation you had with Mr. Lewis, again, about the 2007 request for friction testing and whether the city had specifically made a request for it. And so based on your evidence yesterday, I think you were under the belief that the city, for some reason, did not want to provide a written request. Is that correct?
Yeah, and again, of course, that was just me speculating on the city not putting a request in writing. I mean, I don't.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Did I cut you off there? I didn't mean to do that.
Well, I can't really put myself in their shoes. I'm just guessing that they didn't want to put it in writing, but it could just be that they were busy. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, I think just looking at the emails, the only person that you talked to about that issue was Mr. Raymond. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And so you didn't speak to anyone at the city to confirm whether that was the case? That's
true.
Right. And it's fair to say you don't know whether the city was actually even asked to make a formal request to the MTO?
Well, that's true. I wouldn't have been party to that.
Right. Okay.
I did know from Tom Kazmarowski was my boss. I was the senior pavement engineer when I remember that that Tom had mentioned that we could do friction testing for them. So I assumed that it had come up in the past, right? So you're right. Normally I would have been saying, no, we need this letter. Like, we're not going to go and test without their letter. But because there had already been a previous discussion about doing this friction testing for them, I assumed that they were aware. And then Chris is saying they don't have an objection to it. They're just not putting in a formal request. So I think it was a combination of having previously heard that they may want to do friction testing, having Chris say that they have no objection to it. I think that's why I didn't push for a written letter.
Okay, fair enough. And Chris tells you that the information is coming from Ludimir Zarowski. I take it you didn't speak to Ludimir about this issue either?
No, I didn't.
So the testing that took place, we can take this document down. Ms. Lane, the testing that took place in 2007, that was in the context of the municipality making a request for friction testing. And so we had just discussed, you would ideally, I guess, prefer approval from the city before doing that testing. And then the testing, is that right?
Correct.
And then in 2008 to 2014, that testing was done in the context of aggregate approval for DSM purposes.
Yes.
In that case, am I right that the MTO does not seek permission from the municipality, even though the testing is taking place on a municipal road?
So that is a bit of an interesting one because I wasn't there at the time. So what happened is the request came in the late fall or December of 20, whatever it was. And then I left that job and went downtown to work downtown. So in that meantime, I don't know how they settled on using the Red Hill Valley Parkway as the trial section. What I do know is, like, typically when we're pre-qualifying in aggregate, like, there's all these requirements, right? So, we do all this lab testing, we investigate the quarry, and we place a test section. What I do know is if there's already constructed a suitable pavement that used that aggregate, that, it would be strongly suggested that that's the test section that we use. And the reason is otherwise we're saying to the quarry, you have to go and build us a 500-meter test section somewhere. And then they're saying, well, we just built this pavement right here, right? So I believe that that is how they landed on the Red Hill Parkway as the test section, because it had just been built with that aggregate and it was right there. And out of that came this. But I wasn't actually there for those deliberations because I was in another role at the time.
Okay, no, thank you for that information. But what I was trying to get an understanding of is, in the context of that testing, I take it the MTO doesn't think there's a need to seek permission from the municipality to do the testing. Does that appear to be a concern in the context of the 2007 testing, where you mentioned you at least need approval before we go ahead?
Yeah, I would have thought it would be a professional courtesy to do that, to be honest, but it wasn't my decision.
Okay, and you're not aware of the city being provided of notice that this testing was going on, outside of what we've discussed about the 2010 results?
I'm not specifically aware of it, but it may have happened. And the reason I say that is because we usually let others know if we're testing their facility, but that would have been, if nobody has any evidence of that, it wouldn't have been me doing it, right? So. Yeah,
we'll see. Obviously, there are other MTO witnesses, but I was just trying to get your evidence on what the practice.
Yeah, certainly I can confirm that I did not do that. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, those are my questions. Thank you, Ms. Lane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so I believe it is Ms. Roberts or Council for Golder next.
Hi, Ms. Lane.
Good morning.
I'm Jennifer Roberts, Council for Golder. Mr. Commissioner, may I please begin?
Please do.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Lane, I want to go to a particular piece of evidence, and I'm hoping you can help us. I want to explore the question of whether friction leveled off, as you said that appeared to from the test data that went into 2012, and 2014. We know that MTO didn't conduct testing in the spring of 2019, but the evidence in the documents is that an entity called ARA actually did. And I would like to go to that. Registrar, can you please pull up Hamilton 9628?
Right, Council, would you like it in the native version or the on-cue version?
Let's look at it in native.
Okay.
Hopefully that looks like what I've got. Okay, this is a truly horrible looking spreadsheet. Let's see. Ms. Lane, first of all, just a general question. In the course of preparing to give testimony in this hearing, have you had an opportunity to look at the ARA data?
Yes, this was shared with me recently.
Thank you. Okay, Registrar, I think the easiest way to do this is if I can ask you to highlight part of it. And if you can go to column P. right, and then down to, oh, wait a second. No, I need the first one, the northbound lane. That's it. Go to that one. Thank you. Go to P. And if you can highlight lines 105 to 130. You down? There we go. Is it okay?
Sorry, it only goes to 41, or sorry, oh,
130 is all I need highlighted.
So from where to 130?
105 to 130. But just P, thank you. Just the P column. There we go. Sorry, I'm trying to make it easier for everyone to see what it is that I'm looking at, because this is a very detailed Excel spreadsheet. Okay, so first of all, if I can just deal with some generalities. Ms. Lane, I understand that this is, well, let me ask you, is this machinery that's referenced in the columns FGH similar equipment to that used by the MTO?
So my understanding is they also use the ASTM E274 friction trailer with a rib tire.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And when I look at, so and this part of this test is also run at 90 kilometers per hour, and we can see that by looking the speed average, which is column S. Have I read that right?
Yes, so column S is the speed, and the data is, for the most part, at 90, yes.
Okay. And when I've looked at this, and the reason I've highlighted those particular lines in P is because when I cross-reference the latitude there with the latitude in the 2014 testing, I think there's overlap. So if you look on the Y column, there's latitude readings. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll go to it in a second, but in the MTO document, in the testing from 2014, you also have latitudes, because as you said, then you've got a GPS that's actually doing the readings. Okay.
Yeah, I was looking actually at the column AG, and it's showing, like, the original data would have been just calling out the locationing like that: Green Hill, King Street, Queenston, Barton, like that.
Sorry, and because in the MTO you've got the test section that's tested as Green Hill, basically to see in structure close to QEW.
Yeah, so that's before we had the GPS. We used to just identify, we started at the CN structure, and then it would identify certain, Queenston Road, King Street, etc. That's how it would be identified. But yes, the latitudes are there now. Okay, so I just want to do the cross-reference to make sure that we're dealing with an apples-to-apples comparison, because you can see from ARA that they test, it looks, at least I think they've tested the whole Red Hill Valley Parkway. Is that what you think? Yes.
Okay, so in order to compare what MTO did with ARA, I want to make sure that we've matched up the same areas tested. So registrar, can you please keep this? Don't, but if you can also go to MTO 22943. I'll ask him now.
Sorry, Council 228943.
No, 22943. Okay, and can we go to the chart? Sorry, the detailed first one. Oh, there we go. Okay. And so in the second column here, we've got latitudes, Green Hill, and then down to sea and structure.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think we begin at 43,218, and we go to 43,2439. Okay. Registrar, can we go back, please, to Hamilton 9628? There we go. And actually, Registrar, is it possible the sections you've highlighted, can you highlight that in yellow just to make it easier to see? 105 to 130. You've got. There we go. Okay. And I think if you cross-reference to the right to that latitude, that's 43,219 down to 43,243. So that will overlap, or that corresponds with the areas tested by MTO, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Registrar, is it possible to put up the MTO 22943 as an adjacent document? So we keep the yellow highlight and then also have the MTO document so we can look at the numbers for the SN average. Ah, look at that. Thank you. Okay. So, Ms. Lane, can you see that well enough to look at the numbers in comparison?
I can see it. Yes, I can see it.
Okay. And so when you look at these FN numbers in comparison, last one's from MTO done in 2014, and then the ARA testing using the locked wheel in 2019, does that support your conclusion that the friction has leveled off?
Yes. So those numbers, if you were to calculate the mean of that data, it would be, maybe a little bit higher than what we had calculated in 2014. So I think what it's showing is that the, well, if you were to extrapolate the data, this is showing that the numbers did not go down any further. So they did not decrease. And in fact, those are slightly better than the numbers that we have in 2014. So.
Sorry.
No, that's right.
Okay. And the numbers do appear to be slightly better than what the MTO read in 2014. And why would that be? Is that because of the time of year, or is there some other reason for that?
Yeah, it could be the time of year. It could be, that it's 5 years later. One of the things that can happen, for example, if the pavement is getting older, it may also be improving slightly in friction, and that would be because of some surface distresses that may be occurring as well. But definitely it looks like the friction did not decline beyond what we took in 2014. So my thought that it was stabilized is borne out by this data here.
Okay. Thank you. And I just want to cover off, if we can look at the southbound lanes too, just to have a comparison to see whether that theory is borne out by some other tests. And I promise, Commissioner, I won't go through all of this because I think that would be very laborious. If we could please pull up Hamilton 9629 and then put beside it MTO 22945.
What was the MTO spreadsheet?
22945.
Sorry, I just brought this one up first, just because there's multiple tabs for the southbound lanes.
Right. Okay, so let's go to southbound lane 1. And again, if I can just for convenience ask you to highlight lines 106 to 132. To go down. Keep going. And again, you're just going to highlight column P.
So to 132.
Yes, please. There we go. And then, thank you. And then if you could also pull up the MTO 22945. Great. Thank you.
That was 3.
Oh.
I have 5 ones.
Thank you. And then the detail, please. There we go. Okay, Ms. Lane, if I can please ask you, again, what I've done here is I've cross-referenced the locations tested by MTO across the latitudes that are identified in the ARA testing. And then can you please have a look at those friction numbers and tell us whether you think that the friction has leveled off?
Yeah, I mean, again, the data looks, slightly better than our data. So it certainly does look like the friction did not deteriorate any further than what we collected in 2014. And this data is actually an improvement on the data that we had. So it's showing better friction numbers than we had in 2014. So this is helpful because it's showing that the pavement did not decline any further in friction.
Okay, thank you. And just to cover the point, with these numbers all sort of over 30 and low, 33, 34, basically between 35 and 30, a little bit over occasionally, that would not be in a range that by itself would cause any concern to MTO in reviewing them.
Correct. Those numbers would be considered acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lane. Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. McIver now for the MTO.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Hi, Ms. Lane. I just have a few questions for you today. And Registrar, if you could please pull up MTO document 18621.
Sorry, Cal, could you just repeat that for me?
Yes, it's MTO 18621.
Sorry, I was looking for a native file. My apologies.
Okay. And Ms. Lane, you recognized this paper. Mr. Lewis took you to it yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, could we go to image 7, please? And Registrar, if you could pull out the bottom third of the page, I would appreciate that. Possibly up a little higher, actually. That's great. Thank you. Okay, so Ms. Lane, you spoke yesterday about the parameters for qualifying for the DSM list. And Mr. Lewis brought you to this. Starting at the bottom of this first paragraph here, it says, since the early 1990s, it has been a condition of approval of new sources that the aggregate maintain an average PSV of no less than 50, no value less than 48, and an AAV of 6 or less. The next paragraph goes on to say, MTO normally requires a 500-meter pavement test section using the new aggregate. Now, I note the word normally there. Is there circumstances in which a new test section may not be required?
Yes. So if there's already been use of this aggregate in a suitable application. So for example, if the quarry has already been used to pave a roadway in a similar application, like a freeway or, you know, a high-speed roadway type of pavement, and if it was the exact same source and quarry, and if it was a recent placement of the material, then then that would be suggested for use. So you know, going out and paving an independent 500-meter test section is ideal, but if you've already just placed a pavement section or a pavement using that aggregate, and it's the same aggregate, then that's also a suitable substitution.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lane. Registrar, if we could please pull up MTO document 34021. And sorry, is there a native for this document? Thank you, Registrar. If you could please go to the chart sheet. Okay, Ms. Lane, these are the 2010 testing results before the adjustment. So these are the 2010 testing results taken at 100 kilometers per hour. Mr. Lewis took you to them yesterday, and you've told us that your concern was grounded in the fact that there was a rapid decline. Do you see what you would consider a rapid decline here in this test results between 2009 and 2010?
Yes, I do. So I see that it dropped in the 5 points. Okay, I've been corrected. I thought it was 6, but anyway, yes, I could see that it dropped between from 1 year to the next.
Okay,
So
and
that would be considerable. That would be a change that you know, was worthy of thinking about, right?
okay. And as compared to the initial year, the 2008 to the 2009, which only dropped 2 friction points, would that cause concern, the comparative drop in year 2 versus year 1?
No, so that would be expected. So when you place a new pavement, you would expect that it starts to under the wear of pavement tires, that it would start to wear, and you would see a drop in friction numbers. So I think that would be you know, something expected. And then the 2010 result suddenly looks like a much bigger drop.
Okay. And so, am I understanding you correctly? In between 2008 and 2009, that would be more consistent with normal wear and tear for a relatively newly opened road?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I mentioned, like, with only the 3 points. So, you know, you're looking from 2009 to 2010, a 5-point drop. So where's it going to go in 2011? That was my concern. You know, is it going to be another 5-point drop? Is it going to be more? Is it going to accelerate in its polishing? Which, you know, without having the benefit of years of data collection, I was going with the wonder where this is going ? And maybe we'd better alert the city to this.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lane. Mr. Lewis also mentioned that, or referred to you knowing of the city's interest in friction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and then referred to your knowledge of the 2007 request for friction testing. Do you recall that?
Go ahead.
What did you understand the city's concern to be in 2007 when that request for testing came in?
So our concern in 2007 was with the early age friction on SMA mixes. So the city was placing an SMA mix. They had heard that we had early friction concerns with SMA mixes. There was an additional factor there that they had heard that we were looking at different aggregates, and you know, the suggestion that only certain types of aggregates would be successful in an SMA and that others wouldn't. And then on top of that, they had an aggregate that wasn't an approved aggregate. So it was kind of a bunch of things, but the concern was always with the early age friction of the SMA. That's what the concern was.
Okay, and after the friction testing was conducted and the results were provided back to Dr. Uzrowski to forward on to relevant individuals, what did you understand about any continuing concern with early age friction on the city's behalf?
I was never contacted again by the city about the early age friction.
Okay, and so you understood that that concern was at an end after those test results went back?
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned that you were never contacted again about early age friction by anyone at the city. Do you recall anyone at the city contacting you to express any general friction concerns with the Red Hill Valley Parkway after 2007?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Lane. Those are my questions.
Okay.
I just have a couple of questions to follow up, if that's all right, Commissioner. Excuse me. Just with respect to the ARA results, Ms. Lane, from which were from May of 2019. Did you review all of the results or just the ones that Ms. Roberts took you to?
So I was given them at the sort of 11th hour. So I didn't have a lot of time. So what I looked at was the testing that was done in the same locations that we would have tested and at the same speed that we would have tested, because that was what I wanted, you know, what I was interested in, like to see how their test results compared to our test results. The rest of the data set is kind of irrelevant to me.
Right, because the testing was also done at 65 kilometers an hour and around 80 as well. So it was the testing that it was done at around 90 that you were looking at.
That's right.
Right, and by the 11th hour, I assume you mean in the last few days before your testimony?
Like over the weekend, or
Yeah. That's what I thought. So these test results, and we can go to them. They are testing in more than one wheel path in each lane as well, correct? You're familiar with?
Yes.
Whereas the MTO's testing was just in one wheel path. Is that right?
I guess so. I don't recall.
Okay.
And
And
it doesn't make, actually, maybe it was combined.
okay.
Data.
All right. Yeah. Well, yeah. And this is broken. Yeah, this is broken down into wheel paths.
Right.
So we can look at HAM 9628 registrar in the native, same as before, please. And while he's doing that, when Ms. Roberts was speaking with you, there was one brief reference to temperature. And are you, or time of the season of the testing, are you familiar with directionally the effect of temperature can have on friction testing?
Yes, my understanding is if the pavement is, well, actually, okay, I don't know. I'm going out on a limb, so I shouldn't say anything. But yeah, I mean, I think there would be a difference between the testing.
Between testing, and here it's in May, and if we can see on here under column W, the temperature is 8.5 degrees is the air temperature. You see that? Sorry, it varies, but it's in 8.5 to 8.8, all of that sort of throughout. You see that? And then there's, I appreciate this isn't your report, but then it reports surface temperature at the next column, which is, I think, if it's reporting in Celsius, somewhat lower temperature as well. Whereas the MTO testing was conducted in July. And
but that was unusual in terms of all the other testing was done early spring too, right? So
that maybe I'm just want to clarify that, and we have the temperature on that, but I think that the temperature was listed at around 21 degrees for the 2014 testing. So okay, and I appreciate your hesitance, but what's your understanding, if you, to the extent you have any, about the effect of temperature on friction test results?
So I'm sure there is an effect, but I can't remember what it is, honestly.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
I haven't worked there since 2011, right? So
I understand. Okay, and
I do know that the other friction testing that we did was in the early spring and would have similar temperatures to this data.
okay, well, we can go. We won't go through that with you now, but we can check that out. I think certainly most of them were earlier on for sure. And without necessarily going to them, although we can, the ones that you looked at, I think were northbound lane 1, I think left wheel path for both of them. Sorry, northbound lane 1 and southbound lane 1s were the ones that Ms. Roberts took you to. And and I think all the results for those were above 30. I take it you did note that there were results below 30 in the ARA results in the other tabs of the test results, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Again, we're looking at the average though for the section. So when I did look at all 4 wheel paths,
yeah.
What I did was I looked at all 4 independently. I averaged the left and right wheel path on all of them, except the lane 3. I didn't even know there was a lane 3. I didn't look at that one. We had never tested it. And all of the numbers, whether it was a single wheel path combined, whether it was lane 1, lane 2, northbound, southbound, it didn't matter. All of the ARA data was similar or better than our data from 2014.
Right. So similar, certainly not worse, but similar to or better depending on the path.
Exactly.
The lane and the wheel path. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, it's 20 to, not quite, 20 to 1. First of all, Ms. Lane, thank you for attending and spending a lot of day and a half with us. You're excused if you want to go. And then for the rest of us, I think we should probably take our lunch hour now rather than start with the next witness, who's Mr. Raymond, I understand.
That's correct.
So why don't we take our lunch now? We'll come back at 2 o'clock. If Mr. Raymond can be made available for 2 o'clock. Okay. So we'll stand adjourned until that time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're back. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Raymond, Commissioner, we have Mr. Chris Raymond to testify this afternoon. Could we begin?
Please begin.
Thank you. And could I ask the court reporter to affirm Mr. Raymond?
Mr. Raymond, just going to have you affirm your evidence today, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. So, Mr. Raymond, just to begin, I'd like to go just into cover your background, educational background, job history at the MTO and so forth. And so to do that, could we go to MTO 38645 registrar, which is Mr. Raymond's CV. There we go. This is your CV, Mr. Raymond?
That's correct.
Registrar, could we mark that as an exhibit before I forget to do so? Commissioner, I believe that is number 48.
Okay, thank you.
Noted, Council. Thank you. Exhibit 48.
I just start off with your education, going back to 1988. You have a civil engineering degree from Queens. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then your a master's in civil engineering from the University of Florida.
Yes.
And then your PhD, the thesis in pavement roughness from 2002 at Waterloo.
That's correct.
All right. And you've been a registered professional engineer in Ontario since 1990. And in Queensland, Australia since 2015.
Only for 2050.
Is that on a particular project?
Yeah, I took a year and went to Queensland and registered as a professional engineer and had a great time working there for a year.
Okay. And then you've been at the MTO from 1988 through to the present. Is that right?
That is correct. I've took a year off to do my master's. I took a year off to do my PhD. I took a year off to go to Queensland, and I took two parental leaves as well. But I've always maintained my employment status at MTO.
Okay, so some leaves, but otherwise continuously employed by the MTO since 1988.
Yes.
Okay, and I won't go through your entire history at the MTO, but I want to just cover a few positions that cover the areas we're particularly, the time periods we're particularly concerned with. And if we could go to image 3 to begin with. I see that towards the bottom there, from the second entry from the bottom, September 2004 to June 2007 as senior bituminous engineer. And what did that position entail, just briefly?
Really being a technical expert in asphalt and asphalt materials. You know, it included involvement with SMA, and in particular at the time, early age friction of SMA.
Right, and we'll be into talking about that. That was something you were involved in the SMA task group as well, the joint task group between the MTO and industry, and that was during that time period as well, correct?
The second SMA task group.
Task group, yeah, that beginning in 2007. That sound right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, and then if you could take that down and The next one in the middle, senior pavement design engineer. June 2007 to July 2009. What was that position about?
In contrast to the asphalt engineer position that was asphalt materials focused, this is related to pavement design, the structural design of pavements. It did involve some pavement materials as well as involvement with specifications related to pavement warranties and to some degree as well. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh, specifications that relate to more pavement-focused items. And then in there as well, there's reference to the ministry's surface course directive that may be of interest.
Right. Okay. And then take that down and pull up the next one, which is head bituminous section. In that position, you occupied July 2009 to December 2011. Could you describe that position?
Yeah, so I guess similar, it's looking at the asphalt materials and you know, with this though, it's the section head, so it's managing a group of engineers and technical people related to asphalt, and you know, working and liaising with various groups, including our industry partners, whether that be the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association, or to some degree the Ontario Road Builders Association.
Okay. And I guess in your two prior positions as senior bituminous engineer and senior pavement design engineer, were those both positions that reported to the head of the bituminous section prior to your occupying it?
No, the senior bituminous engineer reported to the head of the bituminous section, but the senior pavement design engineer reported to the head of pavements and foundations.
Right. Okay, and right, at that point, at least for part of that time, that would have been Becca Lane for part of that time?
That's correct. And then Kai Tam was the head of bituminous section at the time. I was the senior bituminous engineer.
Okay. And then in January 2012, at the top there, you moved to a position of executive assistant to the assistant deputy minister for about 9 months until September 2012. And I understand that's something that people in the ministry do for a fairly short period of time like this, if they can.
So for, it's not that common, but yes, myself and Becca Lane also did a stint as an executive assistant, and someone that would come from sort of the working area to bridge the sort of connection to our senior executive, the assistant deputy minister, and to provide really some career development. And typically there was 1 to 2 executive assistants that were of that sort of technical nature, and 1 executive assistant that was a full-time sort of non-technical person.
Okay. And if you could take that down. And I correct in understanding, if you go to image 1 now, Registrar, that from that point when you were in the executive assistant to the ADM's position, sorry, I'm image 1. It's a long CV. Sorry, image 2. That's my mistake. There we go. So from when you were in the ADM office to and forward, when I see after that, you were the head of construction contract section from December 2012 to January 2015 and occupied a number of other positions after that. But from the point when you went to the ADM's office, were you sort of out of the asphalt bituminous side of things from that point forward?
Yes, with the exception of, I believe that I came back after the stint as executive assistant. I came back to the bituminous section as the head for, and we'd have to look at the dates, but it was like 2 months or 3 months. And then I went to the head of construction contracts section, where I would not have been directly involved with the asphalt technical stuff, but that being said, I'm still liaising with the Ontario road builders regarding specification changes that our asphalt folks would be looking to make.
When you're in the construction contract section?
When I was in the head of construction contract section, because one of the responsibilities there is to be a liaison with the Ontario Road Builders Association. Okay,
and actually, you don't have to go back to it, Register, but you'd indicated in your CV, Mr. Raymond, that you were in the ADM's office until September 2012. So for that, the remainder of 2012, you were back as the head of bituminous section. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. I'd like to discuss with you a few things like involving the MTO's approach to friction management, use of friction numbers, and your involvement in the joint SMA task group. You said the second group. And I know, as you said, you weren't involved in the original task group formed in January 2006, but correct, you did have some involvement in the early age SMA issues prior to that time. Is that fair?
I believe that is correct, and I believe that I would have assisted in compiling certain information related to SMA and early age friction for members of that first task group.
Okay, and we've already heard some stuff about it from Ms. Lane, but if you could just, from your perspective, just describe the SMA issue that the original joint task group was formed to address, and then you're becoming actually involved in the task group. I'll take you to some specific presentations and so forth, but just if we could get a general overview from you.
Yeah, and I wasn't involved when the initial task group was set up. There were terms of reference, I believe, for that first group. I know for the second task group that I was a project manager for, that we had terms of reference for. And there were a number of things that the task group was responsible for looking at. Certainly the topic that filled our time the most and was our primary focus was early age friction with SMA, which is a sort of a new phenomenon to the ministry, in that most hot mixes don't have any concern with the early age friction. However, the nature of stone mastic asphalt is that it has quite a rich bitumen, or the black glue, as it's sometimes known to non-technical folks, and that creates a thick film on the surface of, well, on all the aggregates, but is noted on the surface of the mix, and that thick film can then sort of mask some of the microtexture of the aggregate until it's worn off, and as a result, you can have friction that can be lower than expected.
Like black glue. That's what like people. That's a good way to remember it.
Yeah. Mr. Lewis, you're freezing on my screen. I can still hear you fine, but you are freezing on my screen. So I just thought I'd bring that to your attention.
No, thank you. We've been pretty free of technical glitches, so hopefully that will resolve itself. Is it any better now?
No, I can still hear you fine though, but it's a bit distracting, but not that distracting.
Okay. Is anyone else having issues? In particular, it's important for the witness. So no one else. Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Raymond, if it continues to be a problem, and if you find it that you can't hear me, or it's a problem, please let us know, and maybe we'll have the registrar restart the feed. Just let me know. Can you hear? Did you hear what I just said?
I did. Sorry.
Do you want to just try plugging in?
Why don't we just take a moment?
Why don't you? Why don't you? I mean, I've got a connection. It's just that it's freezing. Even Colin is a little bit frozen up there. All right, we've jiggled the wires. Hopefully that helps. I'm not sure that it will. And listen, there's no problem with the sound. And
okay, but let me know if it's becomes a problem for you.
We'll set you up in my office if it continues. So
okay.
just say the word and take a break.
Okay, and so
you're still frozen. In fact, you know, your little screen, where you're frozen, and then the main screen is completely black.
okay, so
Council and Commissioner, if we could take a brief 5-minute break, we can set up Mr. Raymond in another location, and hopefully that will resolve the issues.
That would be fine. I was just going to ask, is he in the same location as Ms. Lane was earlier today?
He is, yes.
That's what I thought. And she didn't seem to be experiencing any problems.
No.
So I wonder if it would make sense to just have him leave and then return and see whether that fixes the problem, failing which we could take another 5 minutes, would take a 5-minute break and relocate him.
Okay, that would be perfect. Thank you, Commissioner.
So I think Mr. Raymond, yeah. I think the idea is if you would log out and then try to come back in, see if that resolves it.
All right, I'm hoping Heather comes over and walks me through this.
And so I'm going to move everybody to breakout rooms, and we'll just try and resolve this off the.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
We're back. Mr. Raymond, can you hear me all right now?
I can, yes, thanks.
Right. May we proceed, Mr. Commissioner?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Just give me one moment. All right, I think where we left off, and you mentioned that you were having trouble hearing me, was when I just indicated that I thought that black glue was an evocative way of describing the the tarry stuff. So that's where we for the most part left off. So if I could take you to a presentation that you were had a part in putting together or authoring. Registrar, it's MTO 15403. And this is a presentation to Ray Mantha, January 2007. And I think from the correspondence around it, it indicates that you were one of the authors along with Kai Tam and Guy Cotillo. Does that ring a bell for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll come back to this a couple of times. There's just one thing, just sort of a summary that I'd like to go to on early life friction, which is at image 8, Registrar. And this slide, in appreciating the timing of your involvement, but does this slide provide a good summary as of that date, January 2007, as the origin and discovery of the SMA early age friction issue?
That's correct. I don't remember when I came to the bituminous section, but and I say that in reference to the 2004 summer IRF conference. That predates me a little bit, and then maybe even some of the exploratory ASTM testing where MTO was validating whether or not it extended to our situation. But certainly, this does explain the ministry and where we were in terms of understanding early age or early life friction of our stone mastic asphalts.
All right, and yeah, in your CV it indicates you became the senior bituminous engineer in September 2004, so it was in the later part of the year.
Oh, okay.
I think you were describing. So, okay, and you referred to the terms of reference for the initial task group, and then the second task group that you were a part of, or perhaps was a continuation of the first one. If we could go to the terms of reference, it's at take that down, Registrar. It's overview document 4, image 19. Actually, I guess we'd need to go, it's paragraph 34, but I guess we should go to the document itself for the terms of reference. Registrar, it's MTO 221. And are these the terms of reference you were talking about for the first one?
I'm not sure that I saw the terms of reference for the first group, but I was aware that they did have a terms of reference, and then I am aware, and I believe I helped author create the terms of reference for the second group.
Okay, and point 2 there, saying the specific goals of the group are to 1, resolve issues with poor friction performance, of SMA mixes, especially newly paved mixes, and 2, resolve constructions and performance issues, flushing, rutting, segregation, pop-outs, poor joints, etc. of SMA. Does that reflect your understanding of, generally speaking, what they were doing?
I don't know that I was that connected to the actual group to what their terms of reference or marching orders were. It is consistent with the sort of work that was happening in the office, and then obviously those 2 aspects carried over to the second task group and are consistent with the work there. I do believe that the second task group at some point adopted some additional goals. And that said, you know, that's what's on paper. Obviously, the main focus tended to be the early age friction aspect of SMA.
Okay, and if we could then go to, take that down, Registrar, to overview document 4, page 31. So this is the task group 2 that you were a part of. It's referenced at paragraph 62 and 63 there.
That's correct.
All right, and the MTO representatives in paragraph 62 are indicated in it. You're the second one listed as the task group project manager, and then Kai Tam at the time as task group co-chair, and then Tom Kazmarowski and Dennis Billings. Then below there, the terms of reference of the group. Does this accurately describe what the group's goals were, the main goal and the specific goals?
That's correct.
Okay. And am I correct that although it's called the task group 2, this was a continuation, including with some of the members from the first group? Is that right?
Yeah, I believe I was one of I believe that the majority of the group carried over, and I was one of the new replacements.
And we'll talk about the pause on SMA use that was put into place later in 2007. But thinking back to your involvement in 2007 throughout and prior to the pause, did you have any sense of within the industry how widely known the SMA early age low friction issue was?
I don't know. I wasn't obviously the people on the task group would be aware. I could only reasonably assume that the industry people on that task group are reporting back through their association, which they're representing, and that being the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association. They're have some overlap with Ontario Road Builders Association, but I can't speak to what sort of the industry perspective was. You know, it would have been Kai Tam's role as the head of the bituminous section to be liaising with the industry, the greater industry, with the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association. Although that being said, obviously having one full-time member, Sandy Brown, as well as 4 other representatives from that organization, they've got to be having discussion within their group. That being said, I don't know if it extends out to communicating that to its general membership.
And appreciating you weren't on the first iteration of the task group. I just want to take you to a couple of their meeting minutes and just use that as a springboard to talk about friction numbers. So we just have something to anchor it in. So Registrar, if we could go to image 19 of and then in paragraph 35, this refers to a slideshow presented at the very first SMA task group meeting on January 17th, 2006. And it referred to the FN or friction number desirable value of 30. It also referred to the 30 threshold and then short-term remedial action where FN falls below 30. And so I just want to flag that for you and then take you to the second task group meeting minutes. And I think go to the actual document. This is MTO 223. And if we could expand the first paragraph, it says the paragraph 1. Thank you. And says Kai reviewed the minutes of the previous meeting, discussion during this review, and then there's a number of points. And then in the third bullet, there's a reference, says, and third and fourth, Sandy is not convinced that there is a skid issue and questioned if any action is really warranted, noting that other jurisdictions don't appear to be reacting. MTO's measurements are at a faster speed and MTO's desire to aim for SN of 30 plus may be too conservative. MTO acknowledged there is not a specification, quotes, limit, close quotes, or standard, but there is a comfort level at SN of 30 or higher. Historically, this has been achieved in DFC mixes, which only use approved aggregates. So Sandy, I think, is the person at the meeting, is Sandy Brown, again, the technical director of OMPA, right?
Of OMPA, that's correct.
Okay. And so again, it's referring to the comfort level of SN 30 or higher. Then again, holding that, if we could go back to the presentation that I showed you earlier, and this is MTO 15403 registrar. This is the January 18th, 2007 presentation that you were involved in. Thank you. And if you go to image 5, registrar. And there's a number of things on this slide, but in the first bullet, it appears that you're echoing what we saw in the task group minutes, that there's no MTO specified minimum pavement friction level, but then you refer, or the presentation refers to geometric standards being based on a minimum friction of approximately 30. And then there are references going on to referring to aggregates, that its friction is heavily dependent on the type of aggregate. And that pavement friction is traditionally not a problem because for the ministry, because it's controlled through the pre-qualification system and requirements for aggregates. So we see in all of these documents references to the MTO not having a specified minimum pavement friction level, but various characterizations of the number 30 in relation to friction. So So with all of that, could I ask you, how would you describe, in your experience at that time and moving forward, the MTO's use of the number 30 as it relates to friction?
And I think in describing it, keep in mind there's two contexts to this. One is early age friction or early age SMA friction, where your friction number is increasing versus the traditional pavement polishing, where your friction number is decreasing, right? So, and different perspectives of it. But to come back to your question, I would say that if you have a number of 30 or above, then you have no concerns for a typical highway application. If your number is 29, I would argue that's essentially 30. As you start dropping significantly below 30, then you have a number or a friction condition that you want to look at more closely. And if you get down sort of below 25, you want to look at it very closely.
Okay. And so when and first of all, we're talking about measuring typically at the posted speed using the MTO's locked wheel tester, right?
That is correct.
And when you talk about numbers being whatever it is, whether below 30, significantly below 30, and so forth, are you, from your perspective, looking at the average across the entire pavement area tested, or individual numbers, or a combination of the two?
I think it all depends on the situation and what, and again, if you're in below that 25 number per se, and I'm saying you're looking at it very closely, well, then you're looking at a lot more than just the average. If it's 30 or close to 30, if your situation or your numbers, your test results are fairly consistent, then you're typically looking at the average. And I think you've probably seen a number of friction plots over time, and you can see, particularly as it relates to some of the SMA projects, where if you had within your section that you tested something that was maybe done the year before versus paving that was done a month ago, you're not going to average those. They're going to be very different in nature. Also, too, I think in some of the plots or the results, you can see that the interior lane, the lane 1, can have a significantly different number than your lanes 2 and 3, because of the different traffic characteristics that are in your lane 1. You typically get less traffic there, and you don't get the trucks.
Right, the lane 1 being the inside lane, excuse me, and lane 2 being the outside, unless there's a lane 3, in which case that's the outside lane, right?
Yeah, and for most of the MTO projects, we did have a lane 2 and a lane 3. Okay. And then you have the restriction, I believe, on trucks not being permitted in lane 1.
All right, and I think that you described, if it's significantly below 30, that you want to look at it more closely, and if you get down below 25, you want to look at it very closely. are you, the fair if you're talking about under 30, whether you say 29 or whatever it is below there, is that sort of an investigatory level? Not a level that, or a number that suggests that something must be, some remedial action must be taken, but rather that some investigations ought to take place in order to determine whether or not there is an issue that needs to be addressed.
I think for the early age friction side of it, actually, maybe, could I get you to repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough.
I got lost in my train of thought, and then I lost the question.
It was a long question, but if it's dropping below 30, we'll try to simplify it. If it's dropping below 30, is it fair to say that that's at that stage, that it's an investigatory situation where you are not necessarily going to take any remedial action, but rather it's to look at various factors to determine whether there is an issue which requires remedial action be taken?
And then your question, you're when you say dropping below 30, then are you talking about the long term? You're talking about polishing long term on a pavement?
Sure, let's start with that.
Yeah, and that's not my area of focus in the ministry, but you know, again, it comes back to the general understanding that I have, and that understanding that I have of others, that if you're 30 and above, you're good, and if you are below 30, then that's something that you want to look at, and again, you know, start exploring. I guess take a closer look at. Take a look at more than just the friction, but you know, geometrics, and if you're looking at if you've got collision information, other things going on that come into the picture.
Okay, and then in the early age SMA context, as you indicated, there's an expectation that it's going to increase after the short term. That's the distinction that you're drawing there. And so could you address my question in that context?
Yeah, so and again, it's more than an expectation. That's certainly the trend that we always saw, that in you know, if we tested something that had been down for a week or a month, you know, those numbers were still rising, and depending on, you know, how long you know, if your number was 27, 28, you know, it's probably two or three friction numbers higher a week later, or by the time you've looked at it and actioned anything out. So so again, you know, time is on your side very much in terms of the early age friction side of things. That being said, if you have a number well below 30, you may not have that luxury of time, and you may want to intervene and do something. And again, we had some severe or lower numbers than like low below 25, and you know, our response there was to keep the lower speed limit in effect until those friction numbers came up, and then we had what we were looking for, that we could then bring the speed up to the proper posted 100 kilometers an hour for the MTO projects.
Right, and I think that you are you may be referring specifically in that instance to the project in near Woodstock on the 401 when you were talking about the posting the speed limit. Is that which I was going to talk to you about, but is that the specific one that's in your head right now?
That's the one that comes to mind where we had low numbers that were lower numbers below 30 that were lower than our typical early age friction numbers below 30. And we felt that we had to take additional measures to respond. And that measure was keeping the reduced construction speed limits in effect. There was another situation where, and I can't remember off the top of my head what the friction numbers were, other than I believe they were under 30, and that was related to the Highway 404 project, where we had some unique conditions that I believe that in the end we diamond ground the surface of the pavement to give us friction numbers that fit with the conditions of the highway.
In this presentation, in the first bullet, in the first sentence, after indicating there's no specified minimum pavement friction level. However, geometric standards are based on a minimum friction of approximately 30. And what's your understanding of the relationship between the geometric design standards and the assumed friction value of 30 and then the MTO's approach to use of FN 30 that you've described?
Well, and I don't have the geometric design in front of me, but you know, the geometric design standards are based on a certain design speed, which is typically 20 kilometers an hour above your posted speed. That's very typical for highway situations. And you know, those are based on a certain friction number, which is approximately 30 in the sense that I think it varies from 28 to 31 and changes slightly depending on that design speed. I've forgotten your question again, sorry.
Well, I just was wondering what your understanding was then is between what you just described as the geometric design assumed friction and the number then that's applied as you described by the MTO when it's doing testing in the field.
So yeah, and so that's one piece of published documentation that really you know, gives justification to that 30 number. That being said, I think it's an unwritten number that people within the ministry that are more experienced with friction information use as a guide, or use as a guide on things. I think it also can tie into some of the historical sort of friction numbers that the ministry has found over time. Although I can't say that for certain. I've never been exposed to that sort of side of friction monitoring within the ministry.
Okay. So if I could just unpack that a bit, it's the use of FN 30, aside from in the design standards, but in practice, in the field, in testing. if I understand you correctly, that it's something that is used as a guideline, but not something that's formally put out in writing, but it's understood by those people who are involved in the testing and making assessments of pavements. Is that fair?
Well, it's an actual friction sort of design component in the geometric design guide. So that is documented. It factors into a lot of the geometric sort of engineering around, curvatures and stopping distances, and appreciating that there's a lot of stuff going into those calculations related to reaction times, standard vehicles, standard tires, standard sort of wet conditions and stuff. So so that you can sort of put into a documented aspect. I've never seen the rule of thumb of 30 actually documented anywhere, other than some of the minutes of meetings and stuff like that here.
Right, and that's right. And I was intending to draw the distinction. You have the geometric design standard on the one hand, which is of course in writing, and it's in the design guide, and as you described. But then the testing, and I was referring to the testing in the field and the use of FN30, you've just described as being not, it's in writing in some places, but it's not in a policy or anything of that sort.
It's not. I mean, the last part of that first bullet does make reference to bringing in a friction number of 30 for our area term contract. So that was under discussion at the time, and later came into practice as a requirement for our pavement warranties.
Right, and we have heard some about that in the performance standards warranties in contracts as well. Okay. If we could go to overview document 4 at images 27 and 28, Registrar. And this is a little earlier than in January 2007. And there, on January 9th, 2007, you presented recommendations around the SMA issue to Mr. Jerry Chaput. And again, this was before your joining the second iteration of the SMA task group. And you provide, as you can see from this excerpt, a description of the issues. And I think some of the things that you've just been discussing in that first paragraph indicated there. There's one thing that I want to go to, and it's in, if you could highlight the first paragraph, call out the first paragraph, Registrar. And I think it's about 8 lines from the bottom, the sentence that starts with another concern with SMA pavements. You see that? It says, along another concern with SMA pavements is that under compaction, the aggregates are rolled flat, but do not provide adequate coarse aggregate projection to develop good macro texture. Could you elaborate on that statement a little bit?
I can. So our typical surface course, particularly
for and I'll speak specifically to the 400 series highways is a dense. It was a dense friction course. It would then later became a super paved 12.5 FC2, which is similar in nature, different sort of design. Actually, it's right there in the bottom part. So those are our premium surface courses that we've used throughout Ontario for quite a while, and those have a different type of macro texture in the sense that the aggregates kind of protrude out from sort of a your plane versus with your SMA, where it's hard to describe it, probably better in a diagram that probably be referred to in one of the documents. But your aggregates are kind of a flatter surface, and you've got macro texture through voids between those aggregates. And noting that your SMA has a very different gradation to it, and I think that's what forms that different macro texture. And it's important to note because the SMA is different from not only our traditional dense friction courses and super pave 12.5 FC2s, but all of our surface courses, which are essentially dense graded mixes. So I guess there is an exception that, and I think it was during the 80s and 90s where they did these open friction courses, but they were a completely different type of hot mix, and they're kind of like a popcorn mix. And again, I'm not aware of any frictional issues, but they just have a very open nature to them, which is what's intended through them. And those were used through some of the very high volume sections of Toronto.
And just with respect to this comment on SMA, is that something that was addressed and resolved or explored and resolved in the context of the SMA task group?
Well, I think it's more of noting a difference from our traditional mixes that needs to be taken into consideration when looking at stone mastic asphalt. And again, the early age friction aspect, again, a lot of that focus was around that rich asphalt binder on top of the aggregates. And but as I think it's noted that we did find that the stone mastic asphalt did not have the same, did not achieve the same friction as our our super pave or dense friction courses after the early age friction was after we were no longer in that early age friction period.
Okay. And if we could go then to overview document 4, image 33. And in paragraph 66 refers to the minutes of the first SMA Task Group 2 meeting, which is, I think, the first one that you attended. Look at the minutes. And the minutes record about the discussions that Chris Raymond presented MTO's use of SMA. The presentation provided background on MTO's use of SMA, the ministry's concerns, and the ministry's position that SMA is a viable technology, provided performance and value for money can be assured. And then methods to resolve frictional issues were discussed, with the focus being already awarded contracts with paving remaining. Sandy Brown expressed, and he's again the OMPA representative on the task force, expressed concern about a ministry moratorium or interim moratorium on the use of SMA, because industry has made investment in plant modifications to accommodate SMA technology, and any moratorium would cause the return on these investments to be lost or delayed. As a result of this concern, industry was not prepared to agree to switch any SMA contracts to SuperPave 12.5 FC2 at this time. So, although we know that there wasn't a pause or a full moratorium placed until much later in the year of 2007, but it was being at least discussed at this point. Is that right?
I'm having trouble recalling all the timelines, but I believe
I mean, it talks about it here. It says that he's expressed concern about it.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, I mean, we were. Can I get you to repeat the question?
Well, yeah, it was just as simple as that. It appears that there was at least discussion of the potential for a moratorium on SMA use at that point, and there's some pushback from one of the industry reps on it. Is that fair?
And that's very fair. And you know, I don't know. I don't think we landed on, you know, some sort of pause or moratorium at that time. But, you know, certainly the startup of that SMA task group too was that we've got concerns with early age friction, and there were some other concerns out there with SMA, but the main one being related to the early age friction, and you know, that we wanted, you know, we needed to resolve it, or discontinue the use of SMA. I think early in the discussions, we certainly thought we could engineer it out one way or another through the aggregates and such, and then in the end we found out that that wasn't as effective as anticipated, and eventually we did move to that pause or moratorium.
Okay, and could you see in the next paragraph, there's another, in the next task group meeting on March 20th, 2007, there's another concern expressed. It says Sandy Brown expressed concern about a friction requirement for SMA, as this is a new requirement and it affects SMA's competitiveness with PCC pavement. If a friction requirement is applied, it needs to be applied to both pavement types. Sandy referenced a paper entitled Pavement Surface Friction on Ontario Highways by Chris Rogers et al. As an example of less than optimum pavement friction in a PCC pavement. So I'm just wondering, could you just describe the industry concerns around the SMA issue at the time?
Yeah, I'll give you my answer, and if that's not what you're looking for, let me know. But you know, the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association. Actually, and again, it was pre my time, and I wasn't connected at the senior levels, but it's my understanding that that they had approached the ministry and basically encouraged MTO to be responsive to innovation and new technologies, of which SMA is a technology that the industry saw as their most competitive solution or competition to their competition, which is Portland cement concrete pavements. And I mean, because SMA and your high volume your high volume facilities are the ones that are really having to compete with the Portland cement concrete. It's not the low volume roads. So they were looking for SMA and promoting that as a technology. They wanted obviously MTO to specify that so they could be competitive. At this point, in that mention above in point 3 there, Sandy Brown is entirely correct in that industry had made an investment in plant modifications as well as developing their expertise to implement the stone mastic asphalt technology, and you know, so they very much wanted SMA to be used as the ministry's premium hot mix surface course. And again, I'm not in any way insinuating that they didn't care about safety, but they had the overarching thought that you know, they wanted SMA, and I listed some of those reasons for it. And one of the points that I remember Sandy had brought it up and said that it was not if any requirement that we put on stone mastic asphalt or any frictional expectation has to be sort of brought in the context of what happens with Portland cement concrete, and that's where we clearly define that is out of scope for this task group, because to go and look at, you know, frictional numbers on Portland cement concretes and start doing that comparison would really bog down, and again, that's not the discussion. I mean, it's a fair comment from Sandy Brown, but it's not something that we wanted to focus on, nor did we feel we really had the time to focus on at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you. That did actually answer the things that you asked me the question at the outset. Hopefully it'll be what I'm looking for. And yes, that answered my question. So thank you. And so you referred to Portland cement concrete, and just to be clear, that's the reference in those in the second excerpt there at paragraph 67 to PCC pavement. Is that right?
That's correct. And again, that's, you know, that's the asphalt industry's competition, right? If you build Portland cement concrete, they're not making a lot of asphalt cement sales.
Right. And Dennis Billings, he's listed as a member of the task group on both in the first iteration of it and this task group as well. And I understand he was the head of geotechnical engineering in the central region. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did he have a particular role on the task group? I mean, he was one of the members from the MTO. Did he have a particular approach or job on the task group that's distinct from anyone else?
I mean, I wasn't there when they set up the first task group, but
well, let's talk about on the second one in your experience.
Yeah, and so he had he brought to the group a regional perspective, right, and that the other people were provincial office or head office people, that where he was in the region, and he was responsible for specifying which pavement should be, he was responsible for the pavement designs, which included what the surface course would be, which would mean, would it be SMA or not. He also had a connection there on and to how many projects there were in his region, the issues that are going through design. He had that sort of that regional, or actually program delivery input into the group, which otherwise was provincial office representatives.
Okay.
And I think too, I mean, him being from Central Region, I think Central Region would have essentially half of the SMA pavements, Southwest Region the other half, and then the odd one in Eastern Region, and the very odd one that happened in North Bay.
Commissioner, it's 21 minutes after 3. We did have a bit of a break during the technical issues, but typically the afternoon break would be around now if you'd like to take one.
Why don't we take 15 minutes? We'll return at 25 to 4.
And I can advise, I'll definitely be the remainder of the day, just so council are aware of our timing. And when we reach the end of the day, we can have a just discussion about timing going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We're back. Good afternoon, and may I proceed, commissioners?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Just one thing I want to ask you about the presentation that you made at the March 8th, 2007 task group meeting. And if we could go to image 32, registrar.
Sorry, Council, the overview document?
Yeah, sorry, overview document for image 32.
Sorry, I went back to the PowerPoint.
And it's paragraph 64, and it's about the presentation that you made at that meeting. And it's the first, we've already heard you, your comments about the subject in the first bullet about no ministry not having specified minimum pavement friction level and in the relationship to geometric standards. But then the next bullet says MTO's expectations for freeway pavement friction is above a value of 40. Could you just describe what you're talking about there in light of what we already talked about in terms of FN 30?
So, and again, this is in the sense not early age, but typical freeway pavement friction typical friction of our freeway pavements is expected to be around 40. Because I mean, we've been doing a lot of talk about 30 or under 30. However, 30 is not the sort of the typical expectation for our freeway pavements, and this would come, I suspect, from our aggregates people who do a lot of that monitoring. It wouldn't be something that I directly researched and as such.
Okay, but that's your understanding.
And that's the understanding. And again, I guess I authored the presentation, but I authored it collecting information from various people.
Right. Okay, thank you. If we could go to, again, overview document 4, image 128, please. I guess it's 128 and 129. Pull that up as well. And in paragraphs 308 and 309 here, there's an inquiry in relation to it specifically asks, I would like to know if there are any publications that cover hot rolled asphalt compositions and friction coefficients for the hot rolled asphalts used in highways and roads in Ontario. You have a discussion by email with Mr. Kazmarowski and Ms. Lane, and you indicate that you'll prepare a response and work with Ms. Lane on it. And you note that a concern with this type of judicial inquiry, appreciating it's not this judicial inquiry, but with this kind of judicial inquiry regarding frictional resistance and safety of our highway surfaces, I would prefer we avoid any discussion of actual skid numbers, /values /thresholds, and keep the conversation on a more generic level. The sensitivity associated with this issue is high. And this is in 2011, June 23rd. And then there's the response is sent, and it doesn't specifically deal with friction numbers, friction coefficients, and so forth. It is more generalized, as you had indicated that it would be, and bringing his attention to a number of publications. And so is this indicative of, in your experience, of the MTO's approach to external communication about friction numbers, friction coefficients, MTO's use of those concepts?
Yeah, this would be in line with our response to inquiries from the media or the public, or in this case, it was the police.
Right. That's actually, it's torontopolice.on.ca. It's in response to something else. Okay. And so generally the preference is to not talk about or specifically refer to the use of friction numbers by the MTO. Fair.
That's correct. Not, we don't speak to specific friction numbers on individual pavements, and we don't speak to that 30 number within the geometric design guide. That being said, the document skid resistant aggregates in Ontario does have friction numbers and all kinds of numbers there, not just the friction numbers, but polished stone values and other numbers within it. But again, it's in a very generic sense.
Right. Okay. And then if we could go to image 37 in OD4, going back in time now. So in actually image 38 as well, it straddles the pages. So May 1st, this is paragraph 79, May 1st, 2007, Mr. Chaput approved recommendations by the SMA task group in dealing with SMA awarded contracts, including a list of approved aggregates in a decision tree. And then there's this information note drafted by you, Mr. Tam, and Mr. Kazmarowski, containing the recommendation approved by Mr. Chaput. And the briefing, sorry, the information note is excerpted there, and the revised list of premium aggregates for use in SMA is discussed, and we've heard evidence about Ontario trap rock, that particular source being restricted from use in SMA, and so you recall that happening. This is before there's the pause happening, but the sort of I don't know if it's the first step, but a step along the way was the restriction on the use of Ontario trap rock, correct?
That's correct. This was what our first response, and we thought this would solve the problem because of the early age SMAs that we'd looked at. The lower numbers were associated with the Ontario trap rock, which, and again, I'm not the soils and aggregates person. That's your Bob Gorman and your Chris Rogers, who can tell you all the geological properties within those aggregates that make them superior or less superior from a frictional point of view. But the Ontario trap rock is a premium aggregate, but it's not as premium an aggregate for friction as some of the gneisses or dolomitic sandstones. So it's still good, but it's not as good as some of the other geological formations for friction. And again, in some ways, there's other properties within it that, from a durability, make it as good, if not better, than some of those. But from a friction point of view, Ontario trap rock does not have the same properties as some of the others, in terms of, and again, that's outside of the early age friction, but also was being seen within the early age friction component of it. So we thought we were solving the majority of the problem by taking the Ontario trap rock aggregate source off the list of available aggregates, and yeah, but in the end that was not as successful as we had envisioned at the time.
Okay, and I'll get to that actually shortly. We'll jump ahead to it. There's one more thing from this period of time I just wanted to cover. Registrar, if you could go to image 39 and 40. And, excuse me, in paragraph 81, on May 2nd, 2007, you emailed Mr. Rogers and Mr. Tam regarding the new listing not having Ontario trap rock in it. And then the next paragraph, 82, in the overview document, I think may be incorrect, and I just wanted to give insight on. In 81, you were talking about the changes to, excuse me, to the special provision and so forth. And then it refers in 82A that both coarse and fine aggregates for SMA had to be obtained from the same source. Was that a new requirement, or had that been previously the case?
My understanding is that it was always a requirement that both for the Superpave 12.5 FC2 and the stone mastic asphalt, that the coarse and fine aggregate needed to be the same. And sorry, I think there was more to your question than that, wasn't
there? No, it was simply that. I think it may be, you know, that particular paragraph indicating that was a change might be incorrect because it's referring to the changes.
Sorry, I'm just reading it. I think it was the change was in terms of restricting the available sources that could be used for SMA.
Okay, that's what I thought. And do you know why, or is that outside of your area? But do you know why the coarse and fine aggregates were for those service courses were to be from the same source? Do you know what the reason for that is?
Yeah, I don't know the specific reason. That would be a good question for Bob Gorman or Chris Rogers. I do know that had been there previously with the Superpave FC2. I didn't. I suspect it may have something to do with. Well, I shouldn't speculate on why it is there.
Okay.
The case, but it's more of a carryover aspect and not something that I implemented. Yeah.
Okay. And then to go forward to, I think, what you were alluding to, we do an overview document for image 58. And 58 and 59, please. So this is October 16th, 2007. And this pertains to the Highway 401 at Woodstock contract 2005-3030. You're sending a fairly lengthy email to Mr. Tam, Ms. Lane, Mr. Rogers, and Mr. Kazmarowski. And you're referring to the skid testing that took place the prior day. And if you could just describe what happened, what the issue was, and the concern.
You know, if I could just take a minute to
please
look,
do.
All right, so so Frank had just completed testing on this project in Woodstock, and this project was a project where we'd had a trial with the use of blended aggregates. So you know, all stone mastic and FC2, as we mentioned previously, that not only did the coarse and fine aggregate they have to be the same, and you can't, you know, blend different aggregates in. What we had set up as a trial on this project is a 50-50 blend of that OTR, which is Ontario Trap Rock, and the Acon dolomitic sandstone. And again, you know, the perspective at the time was that, you know, the aggregates were one of the key sort of contributors or properties of the mix that was influencing their friction. And yet in this blended trial, as well as the blended trial with the OTR and dolomitic sandstone being, again, quite a very good aggregate for friction from its traditional perspective. That was only getting the high 20s in the blend, and then the Acon Trap Rock was in the low 20s, which again was quite a surprise and maybe a disappointment for us, in that we had definitely not solved the problem, and that blending didn't seem to be a possible solution. And just for a little bit of perspective, that Ontario Trap Rock, which is the aggregate that had previously been taken off the list, that's probably the primary aggregate that would be used in the Windsor to Woodstock to Kitchener area of the 401. And you wouldn't necessarily be using SMA past going west of London, but from London to Kitchener, that's where you would potentially be using SMA. And your most competitive aggregate for cost is going to be Ontario Trap Rock, and because, you know, you can imagine bringing aggregate from Eastern Ontario, your trucking costs really add up. So that we couldn't blend really impacted, you know, how we were going to approach aggregates and SMA aggregate in Southwest region as well.
Okay, and I think then there's a reference, and it's something that you were discussing earlier about signing and going forward. So posting advisory slippery when wet signing, and advisory speed tabs you refer to. So this would be an example. I think as you were talking about it, that it was low enough that it was decided that there should be some short-term action taken. Is that fair?
That's correct. And then I suspect that was more related to the Acon Trap Rock section of in the low 20s, not the blended in the high 20s. But again, yes, we wanted to do something. You know, those you know, whether it be include advisory reduced signing, regulatory reduced signing, or slippery, were some of the options that were discussed. And I believe in the end we kept the regulatory reduced construction speed signing, which traditionally we only posted when the contractor was working, but because of our concerns, we kept that 80 km/h speed limit posted for even when they were not working.
Okay. And then if we could go to overview document image for image 72. And so this is jumping ahead to, I guess it's 72 and 73, perhaps. Maybe it's, no, that's fine. On November 6th, in paragraph 162, you emailed an information note, parentheses, briefing note, with the title, Pausing the Use of Stone Mastic Asphalt Pavement to Mr. Tam and Mr. Lane, Ms. Lane. There's the recommendation in there that the ADM should be aware of the decision to pause the use of SMA and the low pavement frictions concerns encountered on Highway 401 at Woodstock, is the recommendation. And above that, it refers to the ministry is pausing the use of stone mastic asphalt pavement due to concerns with low pavement friction immediately after construction, and that the decision to pause the use of SMA is related in part to low pavement friction on construction contract on Highway 401 at Woodstock. And so you say that's in part Woodstock. What else are you referring to? Is that the prior investigations and issues that you the MTO had conducted in relation to this low SMA early friction?
Yeah, I mean, MTO was certainly having concerns and with low early age friction on our SMAs on multiple jobs, and you know, certainly any thoughts that we had solved the problem were set back, and you know, so it was not just this one. I mean, this one job was very important in highlighting that we didn't have a solution, but you know, that at the end of having a number of projects where again, we weren't meeting and realizing all our expectations on what early age friction should ideally be.
We'll get into the specifics of the Red Hill Valley Parkway skid test results in a bit, but did the pause implemented in November 2007, did that have any relation with the friction test results obtained by the MTO on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
It did not.
But we'll discuss, we'll get into the individual results. I just wanted to get your overall perspective on this since we're talking about the pause itself.
Yeah, there was, I mean, yeah, there was, I don't think there was anything specific to the Red Hill. And in fact, the Red Hill, it used a different aggregate from ours, and further to that, it had a friction number that wasn't concerning, but let's hold that till we get into that.
Yeah. If we could, I just want to talk about the pause and how it proceeded, and then we'll get back to the Red Hill. If we could go to image 122. It jumps ahead to late 2009. And you are communicating with Jerry Chaput, and you provide a description, and you refer to it as a cautious approach over the last 2 years being taken with respect to SMA and the SMA committee, as you call it. You describe a number of activities that were taken. And does that sort of give a summary of the activities in a brief way of what had been undertaken to try to address the issue?
So this is November 2009, and I think this is the pause had been in place
For 2 years.
Pardon me?
For 2 years, yes.
Yeah, and then we had worked during the pause to try and find out how we could make modifications to address the issue, and we were now looking to I think it was trial some of that stuff, and I think Mr. Chaput was asking, why don't you just why don't we just re-implement stone mastic asphalt? And it was, well, let's take a cautious approach.
Yeah. And we know that the pause was ultimately lifted in late 2014, and at that point you were the head of construction contracts, if I understand it correctly, but you were doing some communicating of it with the ORVA at that point. Just to close it off, why did you remain involved at that point in time, given what your role was?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I was not involved in the in SMA and in the traditional in terms of the role as I was previously. I wasn't involved in coming up with the solution, which in the end was to apply a grit into the stone mastic asphalt. My role in terms of sending that email was that in my role as head of construction contracts, I was the liaison with the Ontario Road Builders Association, or ORBA, and so any specification change related to our construction contracts would be circulated within the ministry to me, and then, well, I would do my review from a constructability and biddability sort of approach, and then I would reach out to the Ontario Road Builders Association and say, here's the specification changes or new specification that we're proposing, heads up, and do you have any comments on these changes? And then I would receive them back, and then I would forward them over to the office that was leading that change, which would have been the bituminous section, I'm assuming, for this one. And so I wasn't involved in a technical, I was involved in the liaison really with the Ontario Road Builders Association.
Okay, thank you. So now to move to the Red Hill specifically. If we could go to overview document 4, image 47. And paragraph 102, and if you could call that out, please, Registrar. So apparently you received a call from Dr. Uzorowski, and you sent an email to Ms. Lane, Mr. Tam, and Mr. Rogers on August 1st, 2007, reflecting a call the prior day. In the first line there, it refers to Tuesday, August 31st, but I'm correct, that means July 31st?
It does.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. And so the first thing, you knew Dr. Uzorowski prior to this call. How long had you known him for?
It would be several years. I wouldn't know a date when I specifically met him, but certainly, you know, it's a small industry, and I would have seen him at industry events and probably some technical conferences and stuff.
Okay. And had you worked with him directly prior to this?
Not at this time.
Okay.
No.
All right. And does this note accurately reflect your conversation with Dr. Uzorowski on July 31st?
Well, it does. I'm just reading it to see if there's any stuff that
Please
we
do.
talked about in this that I didn't include in this. I mean, I had he called me. We had the conversation. Obviously, the part that I was reaching out to related to was you know, where he was with the Red Hill and where we were with early age SMA. So yeah, this does reflect the conversation about SMA and early age friction. You know, I did have the discussion. It did also speak to, I think it was this conversation, because this was, I believe, the one main conversation I had with him, and you know, we'd I think I made a request for in this conversation, or certainly in the conversations that came out of this, related to the rich bottom mix that they had used, because MTO was just interested to see what mix design had come up from, and what their specification had been for a rich bottom mix, which doesn't relate to friction or SMA in any such way. And I think in this discussion as well, when I was discussing early age SMA friction, and you know, some of the techniques or things that we'd looked at, Ludimir Uzorowski had brought up and mentioned blast track device as something that we may want to look at.
Okay, so you think that in this discussion, he might have mentioned blast track. We know that there are references later on when we get into October and November of 2007 about the company called Blast Track, and we know that in September 2007, which we'll get to, there's references and emails to the rich bottom mix issue. So are you saying I think you had conversations?
I apologize. I think I am mistaken. I don't think that happened at this discussion. It was at a later discussion. My apologies for both the rich bottom and the blast track. And actually, I can say that at this time, I'm pretty sure I was in the pavements and foundation section, and it was only after going over as the head of, I think I was connected in with the bituminous section, and they were the ones that were interested in knowing about the rich bottom mix. So
at this point, looking at your CV, June 2007 was when you became the senior pavement design engineer. So you've been in that position for a month or two at this point, if your CV is correct on that. Okay, so if I can just then come back to this call rather than the later stuff. If I'm reading your email correctly, he called, and you tell me if I'm wrong, he called for two reasons. First, respecting a rumor he heard about the MTO no longer allowing Ontario trap rock in SMA. That's the That's the first thing it appears to me from your note. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the second thing, as reflected in the second paragraph, is then he's expressing concern about the proposed use of as he says, proposed use of SMA on a City of Hamilton project, the Red Hill Creek Expressway, where the contractor has submitted a mixed design using a Quebec source that is not the mixed rear end, that is not on the DSM. So are those the two topics of his concern? Is that fair?
That's fair to say. Yeah.
Okay. And in response to his first concern, am I correct then that you then referred in answering that, you talked about the early life friction concerns and described that and what had happened with Ontario Trap Rock and so forth. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And on the second issue about the proposed use of SMA, was it about the use of, was his concern about the proposed use of SMA, or was it about the aggregate used in it, or both?
I can't remember specifically, but I believe it's that MTO had concerns with early age friction of SMA, and that we had addressed those concerns by restricting certain aggregates. And so then he was using, or he had recommended, or was using SMA on the Red Hill Creek Expressway, and then he was also using an aggregate that again was not on the DSM, but gives concern in the fact that we had even restricted aggregates that were on the DSM, and so it's not to say that he was concerned specifically that about its DSM. I don't know, and we didn't get into discussions on why that aggregate was selected. I think the concern was that we had restricted some of our aggregates that were on the DSM.
And he refers at the end, or sorry, you refer at the end to, apologize, that you state that Ludmir indicated he was going to follow up with Chris Rogers regarding the background of this source. And so is that referring to the background of the demix aggregates? Is that what you understood?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, that does it not sound to you there that his concern, at least in part, was about the aggregate specifically, or no? If he's going to follow up with Chris Rogers about the source.
It does. It does lead me to believe that he's concerned about the aggregate, and then you describe it as a possible outcome is that the City of Hamilton could make a request for friction testing. Do you recall who suggested that as a possible outcome? I think it was. I think it would have been him asking if that's something that we could do. However, we didn't get into the details of it. I don't think it's something I would have necessarily offered. It's not a sort of a service we offer up specifically. So, but again, that he's identified this concern, depending on how his discussions go with Chris Rogers, really possibly the only way to really be assured that he does not have an early age SMA issue there would be to do some sort of friction testing. And again, whether that would be requesting the MTO skid trailer or whether he could find some other mechanism that could be achieved. It's I don't know if that if we'd gotten into that at that time.
Okay, well, I mean, unless I'm incorrect about it, you're talking about that they could make a request to the MTO for friction testing, and with the MTO, that means using the skid trailer, does it not?
If in fact, yeah, the possible outcome that he could make, that they could make a request for friction testing to MTO, which would be the friction trailer, yes, absolutely. My point previously was, you know, that was a possible outcome, or he could decide through Chris Rogers that, you know, in discussing the aggregate, that I don't know, I don't know, but perhaps that his concerns are alleviated, or he decides to do some other sort of testing that he doesn't need to reach out to MTO, which again is there's limited other options there.
Okay, and in terms of who you sent it, I take it to Mr. Rogers because his indication that he might follow up with Chris, the other Chris.
Yeah, it's well, it's so I think Miss Lane, Miss Becca Lane was my boss, so I'm letting her know. The other thing is her the heads up about a possible request for friction testing, which would be the trailer. Dr. Tam and Mr. Tam and Chris Rogers, because he was going to be getting the call, as well as they were on sort of part of the SMA task group, right? And they should know that the Red Hill Creek also has stone mastic asphalt out there, which I don't know that I was necessarily aware of at the time. However, I guess others, or maybe I did, but anyways, the concern with early age friction was now possibly with Ludomir.
Okay, and do you know if Dr. Uzorowski contacted Mr. Rogers or not?
I do not know that, but I would suspect that that he was going to.
Right. Well, it's certainly what you indicate that he was going to.
Yeah,
But you don't know.
I don't know
if he actually did. Okay. And you can take that down, please, Registrar. And there's a response from Mr. Rogers in paragraph 103, responding, what the City of Hamilton does is not our concern, providing we are not putting in dollars. And do you recall, we know that there's discussions in September, but do you recall any other discussions around this time, August 1st, with Mr. Rogers, Ms. Lane, Mr. Tam, about the Red Hill and the issues raised by Dr. Uzorowski to you?
I do not know.
Okay. All right, and if we could go to overview document 4, image 50. And in paragraph 110, this is a note of Dr. Uzorowski. It's not your document, but this is an entry from September 10th of 2007, and there's a reference there to Chris Raymond, SN, RBM spec. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. And then on the next day, September 11th, paragraph 111, you email Frank Marciello, copying Ms. Lane, about a telephone call with Dr. Uzorowski about and you talk about the friction testing we discussed this morning. And to the best of your recollection, are these the first discussions following up on your call from him on July 31st? Are these the first discussions about the Red Hill and friction testing? We don't see anything in between.
Yeah, I can't remember anything in between.
Okay. And do you recall who contacted who to resume the discussions? I mean, it says there that Ludomir called me this afternoon. That's on the 11th. But
yeah, I would suspect that he called me, you know, and yeah, I suspect he called me. I think from that earlier conversation, he was going to take the information that he'd learned from me. He was going to follow up with Chris Rogers, and then he was going to work through that, and then if necessary, he would come back. And I'm assuming this is when he came back.
All right. And you indicate in that email at 111 that we may not get the request for a few days, because you indicate that the project manager at the City of Hamilton isn't around. So is this indicating an expectation you're going to get a request from the city itself?
That is correct, and I think that he had asked for the friction testing, or if it would be available, and it mentioned that we would want the request to come from the City of Hamilton.
Okay, and if we could go to 52 and 53, please. Images 52 and 53. And he's pulling that up, and then there's discussions, there's emails on September 27th and 28th about that. But why up till then did you and the MTO want a request from the city itself?
Well, it is the city's highway, not Golder Associates. The other thing is, you know, we want to be cautious not to be providing a service for consulting engineers, you know, and again, and we want to be cautious not to take work away from consulting engineers, such that even if a city were to ask us to do some, you know, generic type asphalt testing, we would say, you know, you should contact a consulting engineer firm that can do this. Now, the situation with the friction testing trailer is that is not a device that you can contact the consulting industry to readily become available. I mean, there are some outside of Ontario, but you know, that's hard to bring in for a single test. So that's something where MTO is, and again, I'm not the one that made those decisions, but my understanding is that's something where MTO sees value in supporting the municipalities in providing that sort of specialized testing when they see a need.
Right, and then there's a number of emails internally started on the 27th in paragraph 116 where Dr. Uzorowski emails you, and he indicates he's attaching the specification for the RVM mix developed for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Am I correct? That's what you were referring to earlier when there were discussions about, right, and you had some interest in that because of the perpetual pavement aspect. Is that right?
That's right. We were building a perpetual pavement, and this is the asphalt at the bottom of it, and
Yeah.
they had written a specification. I think their specification was a slightly different approach from ours on that rich bottom mix, but we were interested to see what they had asked for.
Okay, so that was sharing information.
Yep.
Okay, and so in paragraph 117, in the second paragraph, you write, Ludimir is requesting friction testing and the city does not have objections to the testing, but the city is not making a request to the ministry. And then there's further email from Ms. Lane, and then in some back and forth. And Ms. Lane in 120 asks you, Chris, is the city of Hamilton in agreement with the testing? We don't need a letter of request, but we do need their approval. And you reply at 121 on September 28th, 2007, yes, the city is in agreement, but it is strange that the city are not willing to write a request. I asked Ludimir to specifically send me a request from the city a few weeks ago. So to unpack that a bit, a few weeks ago, I assume we're talking about the discussions we already talked about on September 10th or 11th. Is that likely?
That's likely.
Okay. And did Dr. Uzorowski tell you that the city was not willing to make a request?
That is correct, and he would have also been the one to tell me that they were in agreement with us doing the testing, but they were not going to make the request.
Okay, and so he told you that specifically, that number one, they were in agreement, but number two, would not make the request in writing to the MTO. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And did he tell you why the city was not willing to make the request directly?
He did not.
Okay. And in paragraph 117, back to that email on the 27th, in the last two paragraphs, you go through the pros and cons, 3 pros to conducting the friction testing and 2 cons, if I can number them. And am I correct in understanding that these are all from the MTO's perspective, the pros and cons? Is that a fair reading? You're not talking about the city in this respect. You're talking about, this is why the MTO might do it and the reasons why it might not.
That's correct, or the reasons that for MTO to do it and for us not to do it. And because ultimately I was looking for direction on whether or not we conduct the testing or tell them we're not willing to do that, the testing.
All right, and then there's some other things, and then you set in motion ultimately when it was decided to go ahead with it, and you brought in Mr. Marciello with and set in motion the logistics for the testing to occur. Is that right?
That's correct, and eventually with the specific logistics for arriving on site and where to test, I then got rid of myself as the middleman. Okay.
Commissioner, it's 4:30. I think I would next move on to the testing itself, which is a topic in itself. So this may be a good time to break for the day.
Sure. If that's a discrete topic, then let's take our break or adjourn for the day, and we'll return tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Thank you. And Registrar, could we just have an all council room just for a brief discussion? Thank you.